Welcome to another cost of living crisis research stream. So, what we're going to do today is look a little bit into things like market and industry structures. And I'll give a little recap on like what we've done so far and kind of where we're going from there, because I feel like the first two cost of living research streams were very narrowly focused on an important topic, but a narrow focus because it was about, could we just tax the utilities companies? And this is a UK focus, but I feel like the point kind of generalizes. Is it the case that you can just like tax them, tax their excess profits, and their profits have been very high, especially the oil and gas companies, elements of the utility industry, and can we just redistribute that to people and then that'll kind of balance it, right? So essentially what we're asking is like, is it just almost directly off the backs of customers that these companies are making profit? Can we just say, okay, all this excess profit they're making, now we just redistribute it to consumers, and the cost of living crisis is kind of, solved at least in the short term. Hello, everybody. Onyx, Dead, Girly Girl, Radioactive, Curtis. What's up, everybody? So can we just do that? And my answer basically in this document, which if you've watched the other two, or you've seen me share it on Twitter or whatever, Reddit, then you'll know that the answer is basically no. The simple reason is that the maths doesn't add up, right? So the excess profits of, for instance, BP, right? So if you distribute those, so if distributed only to the 7,656,728 households with under £20,000 a year of disposable income, it's £156 a year, which is a month and a half's worth of electric and gas bills, right? So it's good, it's fine, but it's not really going to solve the problem. If you think about the amount that gas bills are going to go up, right? So we've got this graph I think is really striking, right? The amount they're going up. So they're hovering around £1,000 a year, the average energy bills, according to Ofgem, and they've gone up by like £600, right? So the windfall tax on BP, for instance, would cover like a quarter of that for the poorest households, less than that if you redistribute it to everybody. And hello, Thomas Gander. Hello, everybody. But yeah, when they notice out, I'm reading out names. I know, it's exciting stuff, isn't it? Hello, Cristobal. Yeah, so yeah, it's like just taxing the companies and giving people the money is like fine. I'm not against it. Windfall taxes when companies make very high profits, and a lot of these companies have admitted that they made high profits, but I don't think it's solving the problem. I think the problem is deeper and structural. Thank you, Radioactive, for following. This is the UK as a whole, Jordan. Are you 7 a.m.? Yeah. It's 12 here. It's kind of heavy for 12 even, so it must be really heavy for 7 a.m. But I'd like to say we'll make it fun, but that would be making promises that I can't keep. But economics isn't always fun. So actually, one thing that I haven't done, let me just share, sorry, the cost of, I should have put this in the description in YouTube. That's the research document that I'm looking at. So yeah, if you want to look at that, then you can, everybody. But that's kind of all done. So what I did is I just gradually went through basically the reports on these companies, the balance sheets, and I found that just a windfall tax isn't enough, right? But that's what the UK government did, right? So I'll read this out in a second. This is a reality check from BBC. So they've said, we're going to windfall tax the companies, and therefore will make the money to redistribute to households. But it's become pretty clear that, like I said, it doesn't cover the amount, right? And that doesn't mean don't do it. And to be clear, I'm not against deficit spending, but what I'm trying to ask here is whether the problem's a bit more subtle than just saying, companies are making profit while people are suffering, so let's give the profit to the people. I think there are much deeper seated structural issues within, lots of markets, including the housing market, which we're actually not going to touch on today, maybe next time or maybe the time after, depending on how much time we spend on this. But the utilities in particular, I think, are just industries that have a lot of problems. So that's some of the evidence that I want to go through today. I've got like some tabs open already, just stuff I've been saving. It's been a little while since the last one, but I've been I've been marking absolutely copious amounts of essays. I'm almost done. But yeah, so just got back from drinking. So we've got a mix of people. We've got the 7 a.m.ers, we've got the middayers, and we've got the people who are drunk late in the evening. But yeah, this will probably sober you up. So let me just, to start with, so everything looking okay on how the stream's laid out? Kind of. It's difficult. The chat doesn't always look good when you're when I'm reading things, unfortunately. But, we make do with what we can. So, close those. So, Chancellor Rishi Sunak has been outlining a package of measures to support people struggling with the cost of living. In total, the measures I've announced today provide support worth £15 billion. Combined with the plans we've already announced, that means we are supporting families with the cost of living with £37 billion, he told MPs. The £37 billion is a combination of £15 billion just announced and £22 billion announced previously, mainly in the Chancellor's spring statement. There are some questions about whether the total package is actually worth $37 billion. Okay, so this is... Okay, so I feel like this isn't actually talking about what I thought it was talking about. It's talking about whether... So what he's done is he's done that typical politician thing where he's announced some new measures and then combined it with old measures that they'd already taken and been like, the whole package is actually worth £37 billion, when actually it's not necessarily. He's kind of counting things that weren't a part of the addressing the cost of living crisis, and now he's pretending that they were. Yeah, have some wine, everybody. You're going to need it. Well, not the people at 7 a.m. I can't endorse that. So, yeah. For example, it includes the savings for households made from raising the point at which people have to start paying national insurance, which is income tax for the non-UK people, which will indeed be a big tax cut from July. But it does not include the amount taken away through tax increases. Right, okay, so yeah, they're reducing taxes with one hand, but then increasing them with the other, and then they're only counting the reduction. Right, okay. This is pretty classic Rishi Sunak stuff. I'm beginning to get a sense that he's, he likes to do things like this and try to hide the negative aspects of his plans. I know all politicians do, but he's very much with the kind of giveaways versus the tax increases. He really hides the tax increases. The point at which people start to pay income tax and the higher rates of income tax has been frozen, which means more people are finding themselves having to pay income tax and more people are having to pay higher rates. Yeah. Okay, so the threshold's frozen and then people are moving up because of inflation into the threshold, and so people are moving up into the higher tax brackets, and presumably he's not counting that. Also, national insurance has gone up by £1.725p in the pound to help fund health and social care. The Institute for Fiscal Studies calculates that taking account of previously announced tax increases knocks about £18 billion from the value of the package, leaving it at £19 billion. The government can't argue that only the cuts from the spring statement were included in the £22 billion, because the figure also included changes to the taper rate for universal credit, which were announced in the autumn 2021 budget. The taper rate is the amount of benefits claimants lose if they earn more money. Okay, yeah, so you're losing money by moving up into the upper tax bracket, and you're also losing money if you're on benefits because your benefits are gradually getting taken away, and none of this is counted. The £37 billion figure also includes the freeze on alcohol duty, which the government says will save people £3 billion over the next 5 years. The Chancellor also said that £37 billion was higher or similar to countries like France, Germany, Japan, and Italy. To make the comparison, he expressed the money as a proportion of GDP, which is a measure of the value of the economy. £37 billion is 1.5% of UK GDP, £19 billion is 0.8%. The Brussels-based think tank Bruegel, I'm not sure if that's how you say that, has been looking at the amounts that European countries have been spending on supporting households struggling with higher energy prices. Looking at the European countries the Chancellor cited, they found spending of 1.5% of GDP, so France is equal to the UK if you believe Sunak's numbers, which we don't. Germany is equal to the UK at 0.8% if you don't believe Sunak's numbers. And Italy is more than the UK, whether or not you believe Sunak's numbers. Yeah. So the IFS's figure would put the UK equal with Germany and considerably behind France and Italy. Yeah. Okay, so look. So the Netherlands slightly worse. But, you know, we don't know the context. Right, okay, so this article isn't about what I thought it was about. But yeah, basically, beware when politicians say things like we're giving people 37 billion because clearly they're not. It's 18 billion. 19 billion. So, yeah, so one of my issues, and I don't think I'm sorry, I thought I got this article up, but somebody was asking basically about, somebody was writing about, no, that's an old article, we don't need that. Somebody was writing about how, yeah, the measures that are taken, the money that's being given away is well in excess of the money that's being raised by the windfall tax. And I stress again, I'm not saying deficit spending is bad. I think it's fine. I'm not saying don't tax the companies, and I'm certainly not saying don't give money to people. But this came up with Antonia Jennings, who I did a stream with. She was saying, you know, it's crisis, right? We're in crisis. It's called the cost of living crisis, and unless we start to address some of the deeper structural issues with the markets, it's going to keep coming up. And over the long term, you know, these kind of emergency tax measures that aren't sustained and these emergency spending measures, they're not going to be able to continue over the long term because one outpaces the other by a lot. And ultimately, the services aren't going to be as good as they need to be, and prices are going to keep going up. Hello, Just Eye. Is the conclusion going to make you want to drink? Yes. So the difference is very small. I don't know what you're saying, battery, or dead, sorry. But the difference between what? Between the France and Italy and the UK? But GDP is a big number, right? So if there's a difference of 0.2% of GDP, then it's actually big. So what I want to do, this is about the UK mostly. I mean, I'm Benjamin. It's about the UK mostly, but I'm hoping there's some generalizable insights. So I think I've got an academic paper that I actually want us to read together in a second. First, so just to underline everything I've done before, the simple emergency measure of like a windfall tax and using that to pay people does not address the underlying issues with the industries. It's not enough to cover the cost of living crisis. There are deeper problems. Now, after I did my first two cost of living streams, this guy contacted me on Discord and he said it's fine to show everybody this. Sladoff, and he works in the water sector, and what he said was really, really interesting about how poorly the water companies in the UK are run. And so this really gets to the heart of the issue, I think, because you're talking about like what is actually going on inside these companies. You're not just like crudely comparing profits to prices and trying to take from one and give to the other. You're asking like what is going wrong within these industries, right? So let me just read out what Sladov said because I found it very, very interesting. And it's a bit of a rant, but it's which is I'm saying that approvingly. So anyway, so I'm a design engineer working in the manufacturing sector, and my company supplies both the UK water utilities and some GDNs. Let me know. Oh, let's just yeah. So I work for a company who make large diameter valves or pressure regulators. You know, fancy taps. It's a venture capital backed company that was created to develop and sell new technology into aging dinosaur industries like water utilities and gas distribution. So we make these pressure regulators that were designed to meet a need that exists worldwide, but especially in the UK. The euphemistic term for the issue is that it's addressing is non-revenue water, which I suppose is because wastewater is already a thing and is a whole different sector, right? So non-revenue water. So this is about water leakage, everybody. So essentially, they don't have a way to measure water leakage, but they do know roughly how much water they're putting into the network and how much they're billing people for. If there is a difference between the two, it means one of three things: metering issues or theft, non-paid bills, or a leakage in the network. So the first two aren't really issues in the UK. People don't steal water in the UK. The infrastructure is too well designed for that to happen. And non-paid bills, apparently not an issue in the UK at the moment, at least for now. Hi, we're in hell. We're in hell, just to pause. I really enjoyed your last two videos about neoliberalism and hippies or faux hippies. I'd recommend anybody watch. Yeah, they're very entertaining and good. And I think it's funny because when I watched your first video about the cult, my first thought was these new age spiritual types are basically like the left right coalition that nobody asked for, basically like capitalist hippies, right? Like self-help gurus, bullshitters, individualistic kind of self-help people who are just absolute con artists. They're like the combination between like left-wing hippiness and right-wing capitalism that nobody asked for. And then your next video was actually literally on that topic. I was going to comment saying that, but anyway, it was really good. People should watch that. If this is too heavy for you, then maybe you want to watch that. But anyway, let's get back to water leakage. So leakage in the network. So this is like water pipes, right? Not working properly. So this is what we expect the water companies to do, right? And this is I think this is super important. You know, when we're trying to evaluate these companies, it's easy to get sidetracked by like profits. They made this much profit, and sure, like get pissed off, whatever, tax them, redistribute it. But I don't think that's enough, right? What we need to be focused on is how poorly run these companies are in terms of like the services they deliver. So we need to stay focused on the production process, in my opinion, and on efficiency. And when I say efficiency, I don't mean in like the kind of really narrow right-wing way of saying let's fire a load of workers and deregulate the industry. I mean efficiency like how well do these companies actually deliver water? And clearly there are big water leaks. The idea of a water company is fucking wild. Here in Quebec, the city just gives it to you. Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah. So anyway, the estimation of leakage, Sladov continues, is something in the region of 3 billion litres of water wasted by leaks in the utilities networks per day. Now, which is roughly the usage of 20 million homes. Jesus Christ. Okay. I did read this the first time he sent it to me, but I forgot it was that high. 3 billion litres of water are wasted by leaks per day in the UK water industry. Benjamin, yes, the Jimmy Dore crowd. Anti-vaxxers are also the left-right coalition nobody asked for. Probably more salient these days. The figure, I believe, has I believe, decreased from a peak of 5 billion litres per day in the mid-1990s, but it has held steady for the past couple decades. Largely because Ofwat, the water regulator, by the way, people, has expected very loose leakage targets, and water utilities companies just have to meet those in order not to be fined. Right, so the regulator's not doing its job. Shock. The fines are not very big, even if they breach them. The same is true for other responsibilities breaches such as the sewage dumping that they frequently do. Right, okay, so their pipes don't work and they dump sewage and the regulator does basically fuck all about it. So the reason why the regulators fix the issue is because the UK utilities network is ancient and the water companies are at this point acting entirely reactively and never proactively. They go around fixing the leaks that people notice and largely take the hit on the other stuff because the fines are cheaper than fixing the problem. Right? So they just don't bother sorting out the industry because they can pay the very small fines and that are given by Ofwat on a small selection of the leaks, and that works for them. The pressure regulators that we make don't fix leaks. Oh, regulators. The pressure regulators that we make don't fix leaks. They just limit pressure peaks downstream. So this is this dude's job, Sladoff, to remind you. So they just limit pressure. They don't fix the leaks. The cyclic nature of water usage means that if demand suddenly shifts, you can get this thing called a water hammer, which is much what it sounds like, contributes to cracking and bursting old pipework. The thing is, the UK networks have paid only lip service to actually buying pressure regulators. They say they're interested in new technologies to fix the issue. Then they show Ofwat that they're pursuing new technologies, etc. But they don't actually invest in these things. What is going on with water regulation? Which, when you consider that these companies frequently make profits of around 50% of their revenue, goes beyond gross negligence. Right, so here we go. So this is what I'm talking about, right? High profits, shoddy service. If you can justify private enterprise, shareholder capitalism, whatever you want to call it, you justify it by saying, look, yeah, okay, I know the high profits I know it seems like a lot of profit, but it's a better service than if we didn't have the profit motive, right? That's the argument that you might hear. That's the only decent argument I think there is. I don't believe in all this natural rights bullshit or anything like that, you know. Profits aren't handed down from God. It's about, you know, it's an institutional structure. Does it work? Does it work at delivering the goods? If it does, you know, then maybe we can tolerate a few people getting rich, some companies making money if it's a really good service. And maybe there are some industries where that's true. I'm not 100% sure, but certainly it seems water, at least in the UK, is not one of them. And it's a natural monopoly, you know, it is a natural monopoly. Just got here. Will you be comparing to public water if I didn't already miss that? Yeah, hopefully. So that's going to be the whole thing, isn't it? It's like, can we improve on this? I mean, I'd like to think we can. If only with better regulation, you know. I mean, that would be the bare minimum if Ofwat actually fucking did something properly for once. So, to be clear, I don't really care whether or not they buy our tech. So this guy works designing water tech, the pressure regulators in particular, to remind you. I'm pretty ambivalent to the whole venture capitalist firm thing. It's a decent enough job. But I was kind of astounded when I started working here at just the complete disinterest that the utilities companies show in actually doing anything. The impression I got was that these whole companies are basically set up to do the bare minimum in running the service within the country while siphoning off money into foreign investors, which seems to be doubly happening in the form of shareholder dividends and paying interest to some very dodgy loans. So we talked about this a little bit last time. The shareholder dividends and seemingly the companies kind of loading themselves with debt and then paying off interest to people who they're kind of linked to, right? So it's a scam. It's a scam. That's what we're getting here. I would like someone to explain to me how these loans make any sense, to be honest. I don't understand how the financials of e.g. Thames Water make sense. It seems they have 2 billion revenue, make 1 billion profit, and then end up £1 billion in debt every year. Okay, again, this is something that we did kind of discover last time, right? My assumption is that it's basically a long-term rug pull where they see how long they can keep the system on life support while siphoning off as much money as they can. The water utilities companies have something in the region of £50 billion in debts, according to this. Right? So let me just look at this diagram because I didn't show it. Hope you guys can see that. A bit dark, isn't it? Dark? Maybe it's just because there's glare on my screen. Yeah, so water supplied. So this is a global. Oh, this is a global thing. So people who are not in the UK, you can pay attention. This is a global thing. So authorized consumption goes down here, and then you've got the billed versus unbilled. Unbilled, not a problem in the richer countries, I don't think. Water losses, apparent losses, and real losses. I'm not 100% sure what those two different things mean. If anybody knows, please explain it to me. I don't think Sladoff explained it. But they're both non-revenue water. So they're both this is both this leakage, right? 141 billion US dollars per year globally lost to these, mainly to these, I think. And apparently a lack of interest in fixing the problem. Apparent loss is theft. Oh yeah, that's why there's that ninja guy. Apparent loss is okay. Or okay. Oh, Sladoff. Oh, hello. Thank you so much for this. Apparent losses are basically bad data. Real loss is leaky pipes. Right. Okay. So apparent loss is not keeping track of it, which could be theft. Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Interesting. But your contention is that in the UK at least, and probably I'm guessing in the other richer countries, real losses are the main driver of all of this. So you're losing, yeah, a lot of water, like a lot. So just to remind everybody, in the UK, 3 billion litres of water per day, roughly the usage of 20 million homes. So what? So there are 27 million households in the UK. Just put this in context, right? There are 27 million households in the UK, and you're losing 20 million households worth of water because of bad pipe design. That's almost 100%, right? This is absolutely wild. I can't. So let me just read this one that Sladoff sent to us. So this is money. Just a short article. So, oh, maybe I can. If I do that, that might be better for. So we lose almost half the water. No way. No wonder the UK is so damp. yeah, that's it. It's literally all just coming out of the pipes. Yeah, it does feel very wrong. So let's just go through this article. I think it's going to cover basically what Sladoff's been saying, but let's hammer the point home for ourselves. UK's cash drain as water firms rack up £50 billion in debt. Foreign owners spend fortune on loans, but fail to stop sewage leaking into rivers. And somebody said something about sewage in Edinburgh earlier and how it wasn't profitable to fix the sewage leaks, so they got outbreaks of cholera. So obviously we're having something similar, maybe not quite as extreme as in the past, but we're having something similar here. Britain's biggest water companies have built up colossal debts that drain billions of pounds from pools of money that could be spent on preventing sewage leaks. An investigation by the Mail on Sunday found that 9 of Britain's biggest water companies have built up a debt mountain of more than £50 billion. siphoning off fast payments in interest rates, dividends, and finance fees each year. 6 of those, Thames Water, Anglian, Northumbrian, Southern, Yorkshire, and Wessex, are almost exclusively owned by foreign interests. The owners include government-controlled investment funds from China, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, and Singapore, as well as conglomerates and investors from Hong Kong, Australia, Canada, the US, Germany, and Malaysia. So, who owns your water supply? It's actually better if I don't click on that, I think, for you guys. You'll be able to rewatch this, yeah. So, all of this, I'm trying to get some bots in my chat, but I don't know how the fuck to set them up. So, these go unlisted because of the algorithm, all of these streams, but I download them and re-upload them to the Unlearning Economics Live channel, which is new-ish. So all of my streams, except the gaming streams, which are a bit, nobody needs to watch those like a second time. Well, maybe they do, but they're not about economics, really. Yeah, so the chats that I have with people and the research streams, they go on the Unlearning Economics Live channel. And they stay active unlisted. If you go into my playlists, you'll be able to find them on the main channel. But yeah, I don't. Things like this are really bad for the algorithm, unfortunately. Anyway, so yeah, Scottish Water British owned, Northern Irish Water British owned, but Northumbrian 100% foreign owned, Hong Kong, Yorkshire Water 100% foreign owned, biggest shareholder Singapore, 85% foreign owned, Anglian Water. Canada is the biggest, pension plan investments is the biggest owner. Thames Water, again, 80% foreign owned, Canadian Retirement Fund. Yeah, listed in the UK, British owned. These ones are British owned. It's basically outside of England. I mean, it's the English ones are foreign owned, right? You can see that very clearly. And Cornwall. But yeah, a lot of them are foreign owned. Okay, so there's the context. I can zoom in. Is this a bit zoomed out for you? Yeah, that's better, isn't it? That's better. Yeah, thanks, Pi. Yeah, so anyway. No, that's much better for all of you. Although now the chat's a bit... Okay, that's a good balance, I think. Thames Water is Britain's largest water provider and has the largest net debt at £14.1 billion. It is owned by a group of investors including the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, the China Investment Corporation, 2 of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, and the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, one of Canada's biggest pension funds. A spokesman insisted the debt was nearer £12.5 billion by its preferred measure, and said it puts about £1 billion into network improvements each year. I mean, that's not much of a defence, is it? Our debt is actually £1.5 billion less. It's actually under 10% less than you've said, but still over £10 billion. And we put under a tenth of that into network improvements. Yeah, or whatever. But its parent, Kemble Water Holdings, also paid out £384 million in interest in the year to March, among a host of other fees and expenses. Meanwhile, Yorkshire Water, with £7.2 billion in debt, is part owned by the Singapore government, Southern is part owned by Australian fund Macquarie, and Wessex Water is controlled by Malaysia's YTL Power International. Funds controlled by Hong Kong billionaire Lee Ka-shing own Northumbrian Water as well as a stake in Southern Water. I recognise that name. The scale of the liabilities emerges amid growing public concern that water giants are intentionally releasing ever more frequent sewage leaks into seas and rivers. According to a report by the Angling Trust and Salmon and Trout Conservation, a lack of investment in networks in the past 2 decades has caused such severe pollution that there were more than 400,000 cases of sewage spilling into rivers and coastal waters last year. Recent video footage showed a water pipe spewing untreated sewage into Hampshire Harbour for 49 hours straight. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't work. Water companies will be forced to slash how much sewage they pump into rivers and seas after a public backlash sparked a House of Commons row last month. What date is this? This is 2021. Okay. Environment Secretary George Eustice has now confirmed that water companies will by law be required to secure a progressive reduction in the adverse impacts of discharges from storm overflows. Water companies and regulator Ofwat have repeatedly defended the practice of allowing leaks into rivers and seas. This often occurs when Britain's sewage system becomes overwhelmed by rainwater. Water firms say it's better to allow the sewage to leak into waterways because otherwise it would back up into streets and homes. They also argue that the pollution is controlled and diluted by rainwater. Firms say they are heavily regulated and face strict limits on how much they can invest in their networks as part of measures to keep bills down. Is that true? What, so they're not allowed to fix it by the regulator? I don't know. I mean, I don't buy that, but also I wouldn't be surprised if the regulators had a bunch of crappy rules like that. But campaigners say more must be done to hold firms to account and prevent leaks. I mean, it's like Sladoff says, you're in crisis mode, right? They're keeping it on life support. It's like, okay, there are leaks. How can we best deal with the leaks? But it's like, well, why don't you design a better system that prevents them in the first place? But the dream of privatizing water firms... in 1989, water firms were placed into the hands of the public as listed big businesses on the London Stock Exchange. But the dream of privatizing water firms has turned sour, with many now back in private hands and subject to complex financial engineering that means billions are extracted each year in payments to investors. George Turner, director of campaign group TaxWatch, said, "Back in the 1980s, these companies were privatized free of debt to better enable water companies to invest in their networks. At the time, they had been underinvested in by government, and we had become known as the dirty man of Europe." I mean, that's probably true. But we've gone full circle. Many are back in government hands, but this time it's foreign governments, sovereign wealth funds, and overseas pension funds. He said debt had been driven to crazy levels to raise money to buy the businesses in the first place and to reinvest, adding, "Regulators have consistently underestimated the amount water companies would be lent when they have such a stable income from customers." Julian Reicher, ethical business campaigner and founder of Richer Sounds, oh, I like that shop, said, "It's outrageous. These sewage discharges are only supposed to happen in exceptional circumstances, and now they have become the norm." Right, okay. Ofwat has moved to close some loopholes, such as restricting the use of tax havens by their owners. It said, "Companies taking on higher gearing or borrowing carry the risk themselves but must share any benefits with customers. We continue to monitor and challenge companies where we see gaps in their identification and management of financial risk." Yeah, so essentially, they're just finding it more profitable or easier somehow to just fix the or dilute the leaks as and when they occur, to try and do damage control rather than preventing these things from happening in the first place. Should we watch this video? This is one 1 minute long.
We created a new requirement on Ofwat, the water regulator, to basically seek a perpetual decline in the use of these storm overflows and to require water companies to fund the investments that will allow that to happen. And in light of the amendment that was debated last week, what we're now saying is we will also write that onto a statutory footing so that there'll be a statutory requirement on water companies to create those progressive declines in the use of storm overflows? Well, the Ofwat instruction that we have runs over the next 5-year perspective, and so during that 5-year water pricing plan, they will be asking water companies to make the investments necessary to start reducing that. It's important to note that even the amendment that came from the House of Lords recognised that you can't simply eliminate these overnight. To do so would cost hundreds of billions of pounds, and while there are some that we'd be able to remove and to reduce altogether, for some it'll be, the cost of doing so will be prohibitive and it would take much longer to get there. But we have committed to have a report into the full cost of doing so and how quickly it would be possible to do so. That's already in the bill.
Okay, so I don't need to know about Paris Hilton. So I need to understand what this bill actually did. George Eustace Water Company Bill. Government U-turn. River sewage to be reduced by 80%, but the plan will take... Oh, go away, the Telegraph. The plan will take 30 years. I mean, obviously, it's going to take a bit of time. It's going to take... This type of thing obviously takes some time and quite a lot of investment. But I just feel like this is... You get all these excuses, it's too costly and so forth, and a lack of investment for a prolonged period, and then you just end up eventually over the long term in the kind of situation we're in, where we've got a cost of living crisis. And I haven't even mentioned we're wasting 20 billion litres of water a day? Sorry, 3 billion. 20 million homes, yeah. 3 billion litres of water a day. And if that were, reduced dramatically, imagine how much lower cost it would be. I mean, it's almost 100% of what the homes use, right? What the homes in the UK use. So you could talk about like a, I don't know, a 30% reduction in like the cost of getting 1 litre of water to a given place, because it's that much less waste. And imagine how that would impact the cost of living. Not to mention the fact that we are in an environmental crisis, and water is already scarce. I mean, water's always been scarce in a sense, but it will become more scarce. Yeah. Can I share this Google Doc? The Google Doc is shared on various forums. Let me share it again. This is the type of thing when I need to learn how chatbots work, then I can have this type of thing like automatically being shared every 15 minutes. So George Eustace is doing something. This article's from 2 months ago, so this is a bit more recent than the money. This is Money article. Sewage discharges will be cut by 80% under government plans to tackle river pollution, but not for another 30 years. George Eustace, the Environment Secretary, said the government was acting after the Telegraph launched its campaign for action to clean up England's rivers amid growing public concern. It comes as new data will show water companies pumped sewage into rivers more than 370,000 times in 2021. Earlier this year, the Telegraph revealed companies were releasing sewage more than 1,000 times a day, on average in 2020, despite being told to do so only in exceptional circumstances such as heavy rain. It's like if my house had like a big, leak and all the rain got into it, and then we were having to continually bail it out, and then the landlord hired somebody to like bucket up all the water and chuck it out into the back garden, and he was like, oh well, this is what we can do. We've got to help you chuck all this water out into the back garden. That this is basically just all we can do at the moment. That strikes me like the defense of the water companies, right? Because this is what they said. They were like, it's better to allow the sewage to leak into waterways because otherwise it would back up into streets and homes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like my landlord saying, oh, yeah, it's better for us to get the water out of your house and allow, otherwise it's going to stay in the living room. It's like, well, yeah, but then there shouldn't be a fucking leak in the first place, should there? Right. This is annoying me more and more. Anyway, let's have a look at these plans because I'm interested. The plans outlined on Thursday would add around £5 per month to annual water bills on average from 2025 to at least 2090 and represent the biggest investment in water and sewage infrastructure for the nearly 30 years. But £5 per month, right? Okay, so this is what annoys me, right? And presumably annoys Sladoff as well. And all of you, I'm guessing. £5 per month. Now, if we're talking about dividends, if we're talking about payouts to shareholders, then obviously you can take that out of that. That's not even that much. £5 a month to households' water bills. Take that out of profits. You're not doing your job properly. They've got, what do they say, like 50, 40% profits? They've got really high profit margins, these water companies. So why should that add to household bills? And then they have the gall to say, oh, we can't afford it. Sewage discharges will be cut 40% by 2040 and 80% by 2050, the government will promise. By 2035, there will be 70% fewer discharges into designated bathing waters, it will promise, while the release of sewage impacting some of the country's most protected sites will be cut 75% by 2035. Water companies could be given new powers to fix faulty drains on private properties, or install water butts to stop water... Why am I laughing at that? To stop water entering the sewer system from patios or roofs. The installation of patios could also be discouraged in favour of green spaces that allow water to soak in. Yeah, so that's a really interesting point. I've spoken about this in one of my videos an age ago, the one on the Green New Deal, but like designing cities in a green way, with more grass, which is good anyway in terms of like, well, it's good for people's mental health. It's good in terms of, absorbing carbon and releasing oxygen. It looks better. And also it's better environmentally because they're more absorptive, right? So yeah, that type of thing. This is just the type of systemic thinking that we need to be doing, right? Not like emergency tax companies give it to people and then, the next time something happens, we do it again, but we do it less because we've got more right wing and we can't afford to keep doing it on a sustained basis. This is the Telegraph, Patrick. I've just got it on archive because it's paywalled. Hi, is this for a video? Not exactly. This is the video. This is just a stream, really casual. I mean, it will probably come up in a video eventually, but I'm kind of learning about all of this, to be honest. I don't know anything about the water industry. New housing developments could lose the automatic right to connect to the sewage system unless they install sustainable drainage systems such as green areas and ponds. Oh, that's good. Okay, I like that. I actually like this. I like something the government's doing. Call the cops. River campaigners welcomed the plan, but they said they were far too slow, lagging behind the promises of some water companies. The government's plan is setting targets a full decade further down the line, and our rivers don't have that window to survive current levels of pollution, said Christine Colvin of the Rivers Trust. We want to see government leading, not lagging. Yeah, okay, so the timelines are all off. I mean, this is very analogous to climate change, right? You're seeing... Thanks, Sladoff. I'll just look at that in a second. You're seeing a lot of, targets that are maybe too little too late. And the thing about the environment is it doesn't care about political timelines. And also, I think the problem is, obviously, by the time, we hit those deadlines, I mean, who's going to remember? Like 2040, 2050? Who's going to be in power then? What's the world going to look like then? Do it now. More and better. Overhaul of Victorian sewage system ruled out. Jesus. The government has ruled out a full separation of the Victorian-era sewage system and rainwater systems, which would stop them becoming overwhelmed during times of heavy rain as being too expensive. Overhauling the system could cost between $350 billion and $600 billion and cause significant disruption, the government said. I mean, that is a lot of money. But, we're talking about a very big problem, right? Water provision, pollution, a basic need, one of the most basic needs, water for households. And I don't know, is that a self-serving measure? I mean, where are they getting that estimate from? Are they just saying it's going to cost that much? And how much is it going to cost down the line? That's not a cost-benefit analysis, is it, right? That's not, it costs that now, but what about in 2050 when the whole fucking thing overflows and there's just sewage leaking into the streets or whatever the hell is going to happen next? Trees also keep the heat out. Yeah, good point, Stekra. Yep, exactly. There's all of these things. Using the environment, right? Using the environment. Mr. Eustace said that the Telegraph's Clean Rivers campaign had struck a chord with millions of people. Oh, shut up. I hate Tories. I hate Tory politicians. Okay. I mean, this guy, see, as they go, this guy's like, he's not the worst, right? Like, he doesn't seem like the worst, but I'm sure he's a complete tosser. Right. Writing for the Telegraph below, he said, our Victorian sewerage infrastructure has struggled to cope with an increasing population and more frequent periods of heavy rainfall, leading to raw sewage being released into our waters. Tackling the long-standing problems around water quality and sewerage infrastructure are a priority for this Conservative government, he said. Some of the issues are deep-seated, will require significant investment and will take time to complete, but change is already underway. Water UK, which represents the industry, said tackling the problem of river pollution would require government intervention on new housing development and wet wipes. What are wet wipes? Crucially, meeting the targets will also rely on government taking action. First, to reduce the many years of regulatory approvals needed to improve some overflows. Second, to close loopholes like housing developers' right to overload sewers. And finally, action on flushed wet wipes that cause spill triggering fatbergs. Oh, like literally just wet wipes. I thought wet wipes was like some fancy industry term for like, I don't know, something that happens with the pipes. Like literally people putting wet wipes down. I mean, yeah. I'll give them that. People are pretty shit with stuff like that. And I don't know what the solution to it is because people are so fucking habitual and they don't give a fuck. So yeah, I mean, I don't usually blame like individual consumers and stuff, but on that one, don't flush wet wipes down the toilet. Thanks, Elverona. There's a browser add-on called Bypass Paywalls Clean. It automatically bypasses paywalls etc. Oh, that sounds good. You should look at the wealth extraction going through the privatised public service sectors. It's a similar thing going on. That's why the UK is for sale to the highest bidder. Yeah, I mean, the care sector is really bad. It just came out recently, didn't it? I mean, the care sector, again, that's something I want to look at, but the care sector's awful. Like, because I think it's galling because you're directly caring for people. I mean, water's bad enough, but like, I think just in terms of narrative, there's something about, if we're talking about leaking pipes, right, like it might outrage you, but when you're talking about like old people being mistreated and vulnerable people being mistreated by private companies who don't give a crap, then it's really bad. In the care sector, yeah, train sector, the utility sector, the housing sector, and the health sector as well, right? Yeah, wet wipes should probably be taxed out of existence. Yeah, yeah, probably. Feels like the demands of capital swallow everything, like the demands of investors require steadily buy up everything and it gets operated just as a way to extract dividends. Yeah. I mean, it definitely. This is definitely the picture we're getting, right? Do I want to write this? Do I want to read this drivel by a Tory politician? Cleaning up our rivers is my priority? No. No, I do not. Okay, so let me go back to what Sladov has been saying, because we didn't finish that. To remind you, ridiculous amounts of wastage in the water companies increases costs. Bad for the environment, bad for the communities where there's sewage being leaked into them. Bad in the long term. So, yeah. So, where were we? There was a decent comparative study done on drinking and wastewater. I don't know if it was in your research materials, but it's interesting, if not comprehensive, to look over. Is this the same one that you've just linked, or is it a different one? No. Environment Agency. Okay, so we've got these two things to look at. I guess the main thing that I want to get across is that this lack of proactive and predictive maintenance is a problem that will compound year on year. Yes, exactly. The act of basically keeping the lights on while not investing in the service means that we'll be hit by some huge issues in the future once the strain on the system becomes too much, right? This is the thing. So somebody made the fair point, right? That water bills aren't actually that big component of households' budgets. Now, more so for poor people and more so with the increase. But the point is, we're now in a cost of living crisis, right? And we get these issues, they spiral, right? They spiral. And eventually we'll hit maybe a tipping point where it's just like the water system is fucked. And maybe we, I don't know, maybe we can't provide for some households. Yeah. About the wet wipes, I remember reading a few years ago that the problem was that the manufacturers falsely put on the packaging that the wet wipes were flushable. Right, yeah, that sounds possible. Is there a decent body of evidence that private water companies have serious health implications? The whole ethos behind public water and sewerage had public health motivations to start with. Yeah, this relates to the cholera outbreak that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, it is just, when you're talking about something like water, I think you can very clearly see the disparity between what a private company will do and what people need, right? So, the whole thing requires considerable investment, especially the wastewater side, but the utilities companies are happier to just take the fines for dumping sewage into the ocean rather than investing in increasing the capacity of those systems. The GDN side in the UK seems to be a lot more of a bog standard nepotism or boys club type operation. I think econ people call it a natural monopoly. Yeah. To give an example of how much they own the game, if we go to them and say buy our valve, they first have to have an agreement in place. That agreement requires a period of verification and testing where they trial your product for as long as they feel like for free. After that period of time, they sign some kind of tender that basically says we expect to buy 20 valves over 5 years at X fixed price. But that agreement or tender they make holds no obligation for them. So they can use it as ammunition to drive down prices from their existing suppliers while never actually buying anything from the tender. I'm less involved in that side of the business, so I'm less familiar with the specifics of just how balked it is. But it's another case where the product that we specifically sell is designed to reduce waste, in this case, fugitive emissions. And the GDNs say they want to do this, will show the regulator how interested they are in this new tech, but not if it hurts their bottom line, basically. Basically just greenwashing by making verbal commitments with no follow-through. He's, yeah, we won't move on to railways, probably, at least for now. So yeah, essentially, they're not interested. They have the opportunity. So all this, yeah, it's going to cost 350 billion, whatever the government said. The companies are run in such a way that they are not interested in making these investments. There's technology that's available, that's being provided. They aren't obliged to invest in it. They have basically access to some of the technology for free, which they aren't really too interested in using. They could be upgrading their services. Yes, it would cost some money, but maybe not as much as they're making out. But they're not. And then we get these issues with leakage. We get these issues with higher costs. We get these, crises where there's sewage being dumped in certain places in certain communities for days and days at a time. Water shortage in the west of the USA is getting pretty bad. Also, industrial agriculture is not helping. Added that industrial ag is actively harming the movement for eco-agriculture. Yeah, fair point, Mr. Anderson. George Sterland, the wastewater stats are absurd when recently we had summers where agriculture has experienced water shortages, requiring the shipping of water to affected areas. Yeah, precisely. It's just wild to imagine that we could have a water system that worked much better at delivering water without waste, without leakages, and at a lower cost because of those things. Is there like a single thing that English water customers get that is better than public water services in Scotland? As far as I know, everything is worse and it's far more expensive. That's the impression I get. I mean, one thing I will say, and this is one of the things I've kind of expressed doubts about, right, in the past. It's like, as this says, this article says, wait, was it this article? They used to be public, right? Or nationalized, I should say. The word public is used really confusingly to actually mean private. They used to be public, and they had problems. Yeah. They were privatized free of debt to better enable water companies. At the time, they had been underinvested in by government, and we had become known as the dirty man of Europe. I mean, it comes back. This is what Noam Chomsky says, right? I mean, I don't always agree with him on economic stuff, but like, if the government doesn't invest in them, and then they get worse, and then they get privatized because of that, it's kind of unfair to say, oh, well, nationalized industries don't work, because actually what you've had is a systematic starving of funds, which seems to be maybe what happened here. So, no, go away. So let's look at this. European drinking water and wastewater sectors. Drinking and wastewater. So this is distribution losses. Oh, okay. So this is comparative. So this is helpful. We always like a comparison, don't we? We need to make comparisons. We can't just have raw figures. We can't have individual numbers. We need to make comparisons to understand the world. Distribution losses. Well, let me just read the introduction first, and then we'll skip to the bit that we were linked to. Euro, I think, is pleased to present our data survey, covering both drinking and wastewater services in Europe. This edition updates the first survey, which was carried out in 2009. A lot has changed in the intervening 8 years. Technology is improving, innovation is increasing, and consumers are demanding more environmentally sound and cost-effective services. We believe that our survey is the most comprehensive currently available. It includes national technical, economic, and managerial data ranging from population connection rates to drinking water supply to wastewater treatment levels to prices and governance. The results testify the diversity of the sector. They also show some of the immediate challenges our sector is facing, particularly regarding investment needs. Water is essential for life. With this publication, we demonstrate the transparency of the sector that provides clean, safe, and healthy drinking water to 95% of people living in Europe and ensures that wastewater is returned to nature in a way that preserves our environment. What appears to be a simple day-to-day service is in reality the result of complex processes and advanced technologies. Each solution is adapted to the specific local circumstances. They depend on factors such as population density, the type and available quantity of water resources, required treatment levels, local topography, and many other elements. Additional factors influencing prices, costs, and asset values include the scope of the service, salary levels, taxes, and the facility running costs. Therefore, we would like to issue a word of caution. These very different national circumstances do not allow for simple comparison between countries. Okay, fair enough. Let's bear that in mind. Substantial differences can occur within countries depending on the local conditions. The national average value can, of course, not show the range of individual results. With this in mind, each graph is preceded by a short note explaining the reasons for the differences in national results. Okay. You will quickly realize that not all countries have provided data. In many cases, we could extrapolate the results across Europe. A small number of graphs reflect the situation in less than half of our member countries. The main reason for these data gaps lies in the diversity of national figures, which are sometimes not comparable. In other cases, specific data are simply not collected in certain countries. We hope you'll find the information contained in this report useful. Right, okay, so let's be very careful about... this is quite a technical report. This is very like, here's the acronyms, here's the data. But I think this is the interesting stuff, right? Distribution losses. Figure 19 and Figure 20 present the distribution losses for drinking water networks in Europe, using the two units most commonly used by professionals, percentage and volume per km of pipe. The losses cover all non-revenue water, which might include water used for institutions, maintenance, street cleaning, firefighting, etc. The losses have a meaning in the local context when the management of the network, the origin of the losses, and the age of the network are known. Mean values at national level are already aggregated from local level data. It is not possible to make comparisons between countries in this context. All right, okay, so it's literally saying you can't make comparisons between the countries. So let's not. But, so we've got average distribution losses in percentages. So the mean value across Europe is 23%. UK is 20-something percent. 25? No, 22 or 23. 22, really. So UK is about average, but then it does say don't make international comparisons. Average distribution losses in meters cubed per kilometer per year. Meters cubed volume. Oh, yeah. Meters cubed of water. Why isn't it just liters? Okay. But I mean, there's substantial losses in every country, right? I'm not sure what Sladov wanted to do. So that particular page that I've been linked to here is not. There's not actually good. It's not actually worth comparing. Population connected to a network. Annual billing. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Now there the UK definitely stands out. Figure 2 presents the revenue collected through water bills separated by type of service. When the information related to the type of services is not available, the total is displayed. The extrapolation for the EU was done with the average billing rate according to the total population of each country. The extrapolation was carried out for the total amount billed but not for each service, as the coverage of each type of service in the water bill is different for each country. The repartition per service expressed for the EU is then the raw available data which do not add up to the extrapolated value. Obviously, the overall billing largely depends on the number of inhabitants per country. Oh, this is just this is just total billing. Oh, right, okay, yeah, that's why the UK is so high. I mean, still above France, right? And France has a bigger population, very similar anyway. But that's partly population size, because all of these countries are going to be smaller, except Germany, not available. France, available. Yeah. Figure 3. Oh, let's zoom in. Sorry, I was a bit zoomed out there, everybody. Right, Sladov's saying things. He's saying things. Keep in mind this is non-revenue water, so in the UK, leaks are the primary factor. If you compare it with e.g. Germany. Thanks, Belacqua. I didn't mean to link to a specific page. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I thought that might have happened. You didn't mean to link to a specific page. Wait, this is all non-revenue water? Or just... Okay, this is where I'm getting confused. So, figure 3 represents the total money invested in drinking. The distribution losses was... Right, sorry, everybody. Non-revenue water, so in the UK, leaks are the primary factor. Right, okay. But okay, leaks are the primary factor for the UK here, but in the other countries, leaks may not be the primary factor. So they say for maintenance, street cleaning, firefighting, etc. So, for example, you know, Hungary, Spain have as much, but that might not be from wastage in the same way that the UK's is. Right, okay, so this is like... So in the UK, it's mostly leaks, and maybe in some other countries it is, but not all of them. In the other countries, non-revenue water might include water used for institutions, maintenance, street cleaning, firefighting, etc. Right, okay, I'm getting it now. So that's the relevance of this graph. While the percentage in the UK is not especially higher than the average, in fact, it's bang on the average, it's more leakage. We're really bad for leakage, and so you need to bear that in mind. Whereas the other countries are using their non-revenue water for things that benefit people. Very good. Well, not very good. Very interesting. But the average investment is really high, right? In the UK. The total amount of money invested in drinking and wastewater infrastructures annually, the extrapolation derived from the average investment rate according to the total country population. Oh, again, this is a population thing. Why aren't they doing it per inhabitant? Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, so per inhabitant, the UK's what? Average in investment? What's CH? Which country's CH? Why didn't that work? Switzerland? What kind of abbreviation is that for Switzerland? SI, is that's not SI country code? Is that, oh, I don't know. Slovenia. Oh, I thought, no, okay, yeah. Slovenia and Switzerland have very high investment per person. What kind of who invented these abbreviations? Oh, I guess it's what they call their own country. No, that makes sense. Being very UK centric there. So right. Employment, not as interested in that. Oh, this is interesting. So how are they? Okay, so how are they managed across Europe? This is very interesting. What are the market structures? Because this is what we want to know, right? Like, how do we solve this problem? Do we want to nationalize it? Do we want it sort of local government? Do we want it private but much more heavily and better regulated? Do we want something else? Do we want like a co-op or something like that? Yeah. Figure 6 and Figure 7 present the percentage of the population covered by the different types of drinking water and wastewater management in European countries. The type of management is a competence of member states, which makes these figures vary a lot from one country to another. For clarification, the definition of the management types are given below. So you've got 5 different ones. Local government department, the infrastructure and the service are owned and managed entirely by a public authority such as a municipality or a group of municipalities. Based. Publicly owned company, the infrastructure is publicly owned by the local authority and the service is delegated to a publicly owned company. Yep. The private operator, the infrastructure is publicly owned by the local authority, but the service is delegated to a private company. Privatization, the infrastructure and the service are owned and managed entirely by a private company, generally supervised by a public regulator. Public-private joint venture, the infrastructure and the service are owned and managed entirely by a consortium made of public and private companies. So privatization is green. What strikes you about this graph? With the exception of Germany. Jesus, I am revealing my very Englishness here. It is Germany, right? No, Denmark. So what's DE? Is DE is Germany. Sorry, wrong way around. Yeah. With the exception of Denmark, a bit of Germany, a little bit of Switzerland. Basically, the UK is almost entirely privatized, and we're literally the only country that has decided to do that. Denmark substantially privatized as well. Half privatized. But Denmark do things correctly, so, you know, they even do privatization well, the Danes, I should imagine. That's pretty striking though, right? So publicly owned predominates this graph, and local government comes a close second. So publicly owned pink, right? Yeah, Netherlands, that Montenegro, Malta, Netherlands, Malta, Ireland, Hungary, Belgium, basically entirely publicly owned. Other countries have got a kind of half model. The ones that aren't publicly owned have local ownership in, I guess that's a navy blue or the darker color anyway. Poland. I'm learning a lot about the country codes at least. I hope. Norway, of course it's Norway. See, now they're tricking me. Now they're like, you know, I'm second guessing the obvious one now because some of them aren't obvious. I feel like the country codes are 2 steps ahead of me. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. So basically, almost every single country has not privatized their water service, at least nowhere near as directly as we have, right? So they've got this, like, the public-private joint venture in orange, which a couple of countries use. They've got the private operator, so it's publicly owned but delegates the service. That's in turquoise, so that's done as well by some countries, but you don't see any almost entirely privatized. Yeah, there is more green in France than I'd expect. No, that's not green though. That's turquoise, which is not as privatized, but still, yeah. Okay, so Sladov has something to say. Everybody listen. The master of water knowledge is talking. The data is a bit obtuse, but if you compare, for example, the investment and billing versus the distribution losses for the UK versus Germany, Denmark, or the Netherlands, from that you get a picture of how much we spend versus what the state of our infrastructure is. Just because we are investing more doesn't mean that we are getting anything out of it, because that investment may be going towards big loans, etc. Okay, so it's the wrong type of investment, essentially. The investment that is taking place, which isn't so low in money terms, but it's the wrong type of investment. I'm not sure we're so interested in this for now. Drinking water consumption, distribution losses. So investment and billing versus the distribution losses, you get, we don't get very much bang for our buck in the UK, presumably because of what you were talking about, which was that the companies aren't interested in investing properly. The 10% of the UK should be pink, not navy blue. Scottish Water is a publicly owned company. It's got fuck all to do with local authorities, except that's how the funding is channeled. Okay. Sorry, where were we? Okay. Thanks for that, Dare. Yeah, so water companies are no good. Let me write something down. Let's write something down in the document. We've been reading long enough. We're gonna create something now by basically just copying what. Shall I just copy and paste what you sent to me, Sladov? Okay. So quality of service. Water companies have a huge problem with leakage and waste. $3 billion liters of water are lost every. Oh, what is going on here? Okay. Water are lost every day, which is the equivalent of 20 million households. The equivalent of the consumption of 20 million households. Solution: make water illegal. Yeah. That's where I'm going. You're one step ahead of me, Sifil. So yeah. And so where let's get this thing. I like this. Let's put this in the document. It's nice to have pictures. Everyone likes pictures. So globally, there is 141 billion per year of non-revenue waste losses, as this diagram shows. So according to This Is Money, according to This Is Money, over the past 2 decades, there have been more than 400,000 cases of sewage leaking into rivers and coastal waters. Wait. Oh, no, not over. 400,000 cases of sewage spilling into rivers and waters last year. Oh. Jesus. In 2020, because I think this was 2021, right? Wait, what just happened? Oh, I went off the page. 2021. So yeah, we say 2020. Yeah, so that's not how you spell coastal. Oh, there were more than, yeah, okay. More than 400,000 cases of sewage leaking into rivers and coastal waters in 2020. Companies have little obligation to invest in new technology and refuse to do so on any scale or on a sustained basis. How come oil and gas companies don't have the same problems with leakage? I don't know. Is that true? I guess the difference between gas and oil, if that's true, is that it is actually flammable. So I guess there's probably stricter regulations around that, because you could literally be talking about like blowing up, blowing up the small town or something. Oh, this is a research stream. I thought it was a video. No, it's a research stream. Hello. I don't do what they call premieres. I've been advised by most YouTubers, including We're in Hell, who was here earlier. Not sure if he's still here. Not to do those. So yeah, lots of underinvestment. So we can link to this and we can say there is a tendency for companies to load themselves with debt and pay out dividends instead of investing. What's going on? So investment and billing. Yeah, so this is kind of hard to interpret, this data, I think. UK has high investment. I'm going to put that in inverted commas. But also a lot of leakage, which is whoops, that's a comment. Insert link. But also a lot of leakage, which is one way the companies prioritize profit over providing a good service. The UK is the only country in Europe to have the vast majority of its water service completely privatized. Yeah, headline investment numbers can hide a whole load of accounting shenanigans. Absolutely. So just to remind this, so Bayliss and Hall discussed how privatised water companies in the UK pay substantial dividends to shareholders while simultaneously debt financing their investment. The study is convincing because they directly calculate the impact it would have on households to take the water companies into public ownership, to eliminate the dividends and reduce interest payments. So what they do in this report, to remind you, Bayliss and Hall, is they do this kind of direct, like, okay, what if all the money we gave to shareholders was instead just paid out to consumers? Now, it's a helpful exercise. And one thing they did do was they combined they combined it with a comparison to France. So they said a comprehensive study of water supply services in France, where about 3/4 of the service is delivered by the private sector through concessions or lease contracts, found that in 2004, after making allowance for all other factors, the price of water provided by private companies is 16.6% higher than in places where municipalities provide the service. So when local governments provide the service, it's better, at least in France. Does that fit the... They said 3/4 of companies provide the... France, yeah, that looks right. Private operator delegated management versus publicly owned. I mean, they reckon that's local government. The Bayliss report reckons that's local government, but that, I mean, it passes the smell test at least. It might just be a case of definitions. So let me just double check. I've covered everything that Sladov said. I mean, it'd be nice to have... Some of this doesn't have citations. It's obviously from your own experience. It'd be nice to have it, but obviously kind of difficult. Unless I write something very journalistic, like according to industry insiders. Excellent. The companies find it more convenient and profitable just to fix the few leaks that are noticed, and pay the meager regulatory fines by Ofwat, the bastards. That's how you spell meager. No, I'm not Americanizing it. Don't give me that shit. And yeah, so by Ofwat, they have the opportunity to... In fact, let's do it here. They have the opportunity to invest in new technologies, but typically demure and are able to get away with not paying technology companies which offer them solutions to mass leakage and inefficiency because of their monopoly power. It's actually monopsony power, sorry, in that context, right? Because they're buying something from you. To get away, yeah. So, in essence, they're just not investing. They have the opportunity to. Let's talk a little bit about what the government's doing, just to remind ourselves, so we can hold them account in another stream in 2040. So, reduce leakage by 80% by 20. Is it 2050? Yeah. But argues that faster or more comprehensive measures would be prohibitively this type of cumulative negligence leads to big problems down the line in terms of cost, waste, leakages, and environmental problems. I definitely think it's getting misleading by using UK instead of England. Yeah, I get that. I think it's not just the UK. It's not the whole of the UK, it's just England, I mean to say. Did Blair and Brown levy a windfall tax on the privatised utilities? I wasn't aware of that. Thanks, Lily. Australia gas supply. I mean, Dermot, if you... I mean, I don't... you might want to at me on Twitter or something. I don't know. I don't allow links in the chat because it had some problems with spam and stuff like that, but send it to me somehow. All right. Now, there's one more thing that we haven't looked at yet. So we know they're not investing, but what does this mean for the environment? Because this is a big problem, right? And I feel like I don't talk about the environment enough on this channel when it is really the thing. Oh, I didn't realise that Blair's government imposed a windfall levy. How much did it raise and what did they use it for? I'd be interested to know that. So, chairs forward. The state of the environment, water resources. Since the mid-18th century, England's winter rainfall has increased and summer rainfall has decreased. Climate change, population growth, and land use change mean river flows and groundwater levels may decrease in future summers. The time it takes to refill water supplies, coupled with our variable weather conditions and diverse landscape, means we could increasingly see water shortages in some areas at the same time as flooding in others. We have good reason to talk about the weather in England, but we need to do more than just talk. If we do not increase water supply, reduce demand and cut down on wastage, many areas will face significant water deficits by 2050, particularly in the southeast. The National Infrastructure Commission recently reported that if the water industry does not improve infrastructure and water efficiency, we risk a future without enough water for people, business, farmers, wildlife, and the environment. The Environment Agency plays a major role in protecting water resources. We respond to pollution incidents, prosecute offenders, and improve water quality alongside rivers and beaches. We also regulate the abstraction system, which has served us well for over 50 years but now needs reform, introducing greater flexibility to meet the needs of a changing climate. Current levels of abstraction are unsustainable in more than a quarter of groundwater bodies. I don't know what the abstraction system is at this stage. and up to 1/5 of surface waters, reducing water levels and damaging wildlife. In December 2017, we published a new plan with DEFRA to address this, making full use of our regulatory powers, local knowledge, and partnerships. 3 billion litres of water a day are lost through leakage, equivalent to that used by over 20 million people. This is where the source was. In fact, let me just quickly I'll add it to the cost of living research document just to make sure everything's nice and cited. Water companies should pursue more ambitious water resource management plans that are resilient to future stresses, develop new resources, support environmental objectives, and incorporate better ways to manage and share resources. We will review these plans with Ofwat, Natural England, and Natural Resources Wales. We work closely with water companies and to supporting the development of the National Policy Statement for Water. This will help the development of nationally significant infrastructure by streamlining the planning system, making it easier for water companies to build new schemes such as transfers or reservoirs. More than a third of fresh water abstracted is used for electricity supply and other industries. All industries should look at cost-effective ways to use water more efficiently and to invest in resilience to climate change. Climate resilience is not just a necessary precaution, it's an investment. Last month, the Governor of the Bank of England spoke of the major investment opportunity climate change brings in long-term infrastructure. It can also unlock future growth with technical innovation, skills, and expertise. We can all do more. The average person in England uses 140 litres per day. A significant amount is wasted. We will work with government and the water industry to agree a personal consumption target and cost-effective measures to meet it. Right now, you can find simple advice at Waterwise, blah, blah, blah. Thank you to my colleagues, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Is this 2018? Sorry. Yes. Okay, 2018. Key findings. Impacts of pressures on water resources are evident and will increase with a growing population, changing climate, and changes to how we use land. Abstraction, drainage, and altered water levels are major causes of damage to wetlands. In 2017, abstraction from around 28% of groundwater bodies and up to 18% of surface waters was at higher than sustainable levels. In 2016, unsustainable abstraction prevented at least 6% and possibly up to 15% of river water bodies from meeting good ecological status or potential. Abstraction is that just their word for like extraction, extracting and purifying the water and using it? I don't know. Winter rainfall has increased since the mid-18th century. Summer rainfall has decreased slightly over the same period. High winter river flows have increased over the past 30 years, with a subsequent increase in the frequency and magnitude of flooding. There is no clear trend in droughts, but summer river flows and groundwater levels may decrease in the future. More environment is more good. Yeah. A work fair. They used it for a work fair program. Oh, for God's sake, I hate Labour. Right. Abstraction is water extraction harvesting. The point is that ground and surface waters are replenished at a certain rate by rainfall. If you extract that at a higher rate than it replenishes, then you're using up your resources. We exceed that. Okay. Right, so we are right. Okay, so it's on an unsustainable footing. It's an unsustainable path. This is live. M. Felix. So it could go in any direction. That's what's so exciting about reading these documents about water abstraction. I'm learning. Water resource management is about balancing the abstraction of water for people to use against the requirements of the natural environment. Water is taken from rivers, lakes, reservoirs, estuaries, and groundwater for a wide range of uses. In England, almost 9.5 thousand billion litres of fresh water were abstracted in 2016. That is enough to cover Greater London in nearly 6 metres of water, around the height of a 2-storey house from grounds to eaves. Water is neither lost nor gained during its journey through the water cycle. However, the point where it is returned to the water environment can be a long way downstream of the abstraction point or even straight into the sea. Water is a key element of our natural capital, the elements of the natural environment which provide valuable goods and services to people. So the annual monetary values of the services provided by UK Freshwaters in 2015 were over 1 billion was the value of freshwater abstraction, 1 million was the value of fish caught in UK inland waters, and 303 million was the value of time spent at UK freshwater habitats. Okay, so that's like a kind of leisure thing, people going swimming. They've converted that into a monetary value. But we're most interested in this freshwater abstraction, right? Effective rainfall. Nearly half of all rainfall is lost by evapotranspiration. Evapotranspiration is water leaving the land surface via uptake by plants or by evaporating. The remaining water runs off into rivers and streams or percolates into groundwater. This amount remaining is known as effective rainfall. Effective rainfall varies across England from more than 2,500 millimetres per year in the Lake District to less than 200 millimetres in parts of eastern England. Average annual rainfall in England has not changed since records began in the 18th century. This is not the case for seasonal rainfall. There has been an increase in winter rainfall and a slightly smaller reduction in summer rainfall. However, a recent run of wet summers make the summer trend more difficult to interpret. Drought can develop during periods of unusually low rainfall, particularly when there is a succession of dry winters. There is no clear trend in the frequency or intensity of droughts. Drought and water scarcity have been of increasing public concern over recent decades. Seasonal rainfall, so summer going down, winter going up, like they said, right, since 1760. But on average, not. But there's no clear trend in the frequency or intensity of droughts. Why is that footnote? Oh, because that's already... Okay. Right, so we haven't seen drought. I mean, we haven't seen droughts in England yet, right? Gubar. Yes, I can say good luck to your sister. I hope that she does very well in her exam. Okay. The consequences of drought for society, the environment, and the economy can be severe. Extreme drought would lead to increased pressure on health services and reductions in power generation and agriculture production. Farmers might lose money through crop damage or animal disease and deaths, as well as having to pay extra for access to water. Human health impacts of drought include increased incidence of waterborne diseases such as diarrhea and gastroenteritis as a result of reduced water for cleaning, sanitation, and personal hygiene. Respiratory difficulties caused by reduced air quality from the accumulation of dust, pollen, and pollutants that would normally be washed away by rain. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that rain improved the quality of air. Is that why it always feels really nice after it's been raining for ages and you're like, take a deep breath? That's really interesting. Okay. Mental health problems caused by stress and anxiety. Well, yes, obviously, yeah. The environmental impact. Why doesn't it say people not drink? Why doesn't it say just like dying of thirst? Is that just too obvious to mention? The environmental impacts of drought include reduced water levels, surface runoff, and river flows, which can lead to reduced sediment transport, increased soil desiccation, and erosion. Changes in water temperature and nutrient concentrations. The effects on plants and wildlife are wide-ranging and include increased risk of eutrophication. There's so many fancy words here, and I have to say I'm actually doing a very good job of reading them out. Excess nutrient concentrations in water bodies leading to algal blooms and an imbalance of ecosystems. Disruption to the breeding cycles of fish, birds, and amphibians, fish kills, tree and other plant deaths. Additional abstraction is sometimes permitted during a drought, adding to the pressure on the natural environment. Right, okay. So it's a vicious cycle, right? Everything's going wrong. We use our emergency water, then there's not enough water where it should be for, the ecosystem to flourish. I can tell there's no pigeons near you if you like post-rain air. I'm in London. There are so many pigeons in London. I can see pigeons right now. If I just look out the window, I can. there's pigeons everywhere. What do pigeons do in rain? After rain. Thanks, Sladoff. I actually like pigeons. I'm not like it's a really unpopular opinion. I think they're kind of sweet. I think they've got their little eyes and they're quite stupid, but they're just they're just chilling. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but like they don't really do anything except like shit on you occasionally. But so like any bird would do that. I'll tell you what you really don't like, what you really shouldn't like. And I say this as an animal lover, seagulls. Seagulls are fuckers. They will take the burger from your hand. It's happened to me. They're so brave and they're vicious and they're massive in Brighton where I'm from. They're so big. They're scary, seagulls. Pigeons are just like, they're just hanging out, People just hate them because they're like grey and they don't look pretty. But then people like doves, and doves are just pigeons, they're just white. So everyone's hypocrites. Seagulls aren't beautiful, crappy Cassandra. They're not beautiful. No, I mean, if you watch them from afar, a small seagull can be kind of nice, but like they are vicious. And the ones where I'm from are not small. They're more like albatrosses. Yeah, white privilege. Yeah, white privilege exists for pigeons as well. Because they're doves when they're white, right? Everyone's like, doves, oh, beautiful. Right. What are we talking about? Let's get back to this this environmental report. So, trends in river flows and groundwater tell us about changes in the long-term reliability of water for people and the environment. Very high river flows also help us to understand the level of short-term flood risk. There is a good historical record of river flows in England. Long-term changes can be reliably assessed. Okay, so what's going on with the rivers? Tell us. Going back as far as 1960, when the majority of records began. Oh, wait. Oh, I just fucked that sentence completely. After I was doing so well. But yeah, you get the point. Long-term trends from 1960 are good. However, human activities such as abstraction and discharges affect the records in many catchments, and so care is needed in interpreting long-term trends. Available data suggests that, since the 1960s, annual river flows have increased in parts of the north and west, but not in the south and east. Over the past 50 years, winter flows have increased in the upland catchments of the north and west, and autumn flows have increased in central England. High winter flows have increased over the past 30 years, with an increase in the frequency and size of floods, especially in the north and west. Okay. More floods. I mean, we know that. We had the floods a few years ago in the northwest. Really bad floods. There is no clear pattern in summer flows. These changes in river flows have not been attributed to climate change. So it's not about climate change, right? So this is one of the interesting things I find, right? Like, because everybody's focused on climate change. I mean, arguably not enough, but when people are focused on environmental issues, they're often talking about climate change. But something like the water cycle, hello preaching, something like the water cycle, and yes, Slairdaft, the rail stuff will come up, is so important, right? Alone, even if climate change weren't happening, we'd still be fucking the environment through our ridiculous design of our water system. Zoomy, thanks for subscribing. I didn't catch it. It's difficult to see. Also, the sound isn't playing when people subscribe. Look, I still haven't figured out this streaming crap. Right. So, yeah, water cycles so important. Abstraction and other changes to river flows are putting pressure on the aquatic environment. In some cases, flows are not sufficient to support a healthy ecology. In 2016, unsustainable abstraction prevented at least 6% and possibly up to 15% of river water bodies from meeting good ecological status or potential. Chalk streams are globally important habitats that are often negatively affected by abstraction. Some 75 to 80% of all chalk streams occur in the UK. What? Of all chalk streams, what? In the world? No. Of all, what's the total? What? In 2014, 77% of chalk streams did not meet good ecological status. When a sample of these streams were tested further, abstraction was found to be the primary contributing factor in around a quarter of cases. Right, okay. Again, we're taking too much water out of the system. It's really inefficient. We've established that. The pipes don't work properly. We could be taking less for more, right? We could be extracting it much more efficiently, but we're not. And this is bad for the environment. On top of everything else, you know, on top of being bad for the people, it's leading to some problems. So, groundwater levels. Groundwater is a major component of ecologically vital flows to certain rivers and wetlands. Groundwater makes up around 30% of England's drinking water supply. Different regions have different proportions of groundwater in the supply. This varies from around 4% in some regions to 100% in others. So some regions are entirely dependent on groundwater, whereas some are basically not. So that from 2013 to 2017, they've been 70% have been in good status and 30% have been in poor status. Maybe a slight increase in 2017, but no trend there. But that's only a 5-year period, right? I mean, I'd be interested to see it now. I'd be interested to see it in 2000. Oh yeah, there's been a little change in this, that's what I just said. Around 15% of groundwater bodies are at risk of deterioration if abstraction continues to increase within licensed quantities. So we're being allowed to extract more than is sustainable. Percentage of time water may be available for abstraction. Right, okay, so there's these, so the really dark blue is basically you're able to abstract water, take it out almost constantly, almost permanently. And then you've got these areas in the middle of the country, especially, and up towards the north, where it's, you know, a minority of the time, and round here, a minority of the time you can take it out. So why is this relevant? Let's see. Figure 4. Current levels of abstraction often leave little room for possible increases in demand. We determine how much water is available for additional abstraction on a catchment by catchment basis. There are considerable pressures on water resources throughout the country, not just in the drier southeast and eastern areas of England. There are a few parts of the country where additional water is available all the time, after taking existing licenses and environmental needs into account. This is the case even in areas that are generally thought of as water rich, such as the northwest and southwest. If we want to end damaging abstraction of water from rivers and groundwater wherever it is cost effective to do so, as set out in DEFRA's water abstraction plan. Although good progress has been made, more needs to be done to maintain and further improve the current situation. Sustainable abstraction in 2017, ambitions for 2021 and 2027. Surface waters were on 82%. We wanted 90% sustainable last year. Interesting to see if that target's been met. And for 2027, we're looking at 95%. Again, groundwater bodies, we want to increase it by over 10% teach points. Preachings, yeah. My subscription count's growing very fast, which I'm very grateful for. I think, by the way, everyone, just to on that point, and just to give us a little break again from water, I know this is quite dense and a little bit obtuse in the sense that it's kind of an issue that leads on from water rather than being about the cost of living crisis as such. But, it's all connected. But yeah, I do think come October, I will be doing this full time, which means just basically more frequent videos, including streams, essentially. Also means I'll be using sponsors because I need to eat. And also means subscribe to my Patreon. There we go, there's the plug. So anyway, wetland extent and condition. Wetlands holds vast numbers of plants and animals, including rare and protected species. England's wetlands are recognised for their international importance for birds. Wetland areas also provide a huge range of services to society, including flood management, water treatment, carbon capture and storage. Some 90% of wetland area in England has been lost since Roman times. Much of this loss has occurred since the Industrial Revolution. 90% of wetland area. Fucking hell. I didn't realise it was that bad. I'm sure Steven Pinker would find a way to spin that. Oh, but it's increased by 3% in the past 10 years. One of the main causes of loss and poor condition on surviving lowland and upland wetlands is water management. For example, inserting drainage ditches and cutting peat within or around these habitats. Water levels that are too high, low, or mismanaged, and excessive surface and groundwater abstraction from underlying aquifers can also damage wetlands. These pressures can alter the availability of water to wildlife and habitats, as well as the water chemistry, which can result in changes to wetland type. So, yeah. So again, just to link this back to what we've been saying, we're abstracting a lot, in large part because our water pipes are so inefficient. If they weren't so inefficient, we wouldn't be overdoing it. Right? Starting a beef with Pinker. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm on his radar, to be honest. I'm not sure what is on his radar, to be honest. Rationality? Is that what he's talking about at the moment? Why can't people be more rational and agree with me? For lowland fen, marsh, swamp and bog protected sites, inappropriate water levels accounted for 3.1. Bloody spacing in this report. I have to say, I appreciate this report. I think it's good in terms of the data. Like, the extent to which these reports are not checked for like typos and silly little errors really, really, really grates on me. Like, you've just lost marks for presentation there, right? Yeah, so 1,100 of 36,000 hectares are in unfavourable or declining condition. That whole sentence is a bit confusing. In the uplands, 0.9%, there you go, that's how you write it. 1,600 of 180,000 hectares of such habitat area remains unfavourable or declining due to drainage. Many measures have been put in place to address pressures so that protected site habitats are now recovering or favourable. However, over 11%, 24,000 out of 205,000 hectares of fen, marsh, swamp and bog wetland protected habitats remain under threat from changing water levels. Lakes and ponds play a critical role in supporting ecosystem services such as intercepting, storing and routing water and nutrients, transporting and transforming carbon, supporting biodiversity. Abstraction and drainage can affect the environment, let's start that one again. The tone was completely off. Abstraction and drainage can affect the extent, environmental condition and biological assemblages of lakes and ponds. Current assessments show abstraction is not significantly impacting the ecological status of most lakes and ponds. Good. However, we know relatively little about the condition of numbers of ponds in England. Many ponds have been completely lost to drainage and infilling. So we can't really say that it's not impacting it because we don't know that much about ponds. Jesus. It's amazing the things that aren't measured, right? You feel like, you know what? I always make this point. What's measured is a direct reflection of like what matters to society right now and what matters, you know, to people in power and intellectuals who have certain worldviews. They create the measures. But the fact that we don't know anything about the ponds in the UK or in England, sorry, is pretty alarming. Like, how can we not know that? That seems really basic. You know what I mean? Abstraction can alter the natural flow regime. Oh, this is okay. So this is directly to the point. How does our abstraction of water affect the environment, the water cycle? This can be directly for surface water flows or indirectly through groundwater abstraction, depleting groundwater levels and consequently affecting flows to springs, wetlands, lakes, and rivers. The natural flow regime can be changed where rivers have been managed or modified for human activities such as navigation, drainage, and water storage. The combination of these pressures also reduces resilience to environmental extremes. Yeah, okay. So ecosystems are naturally resilient, right? That's the thing about them. They're good at withstanding shocks. When you make them more efficient in narrow terms, then they are less robust or resilient. The impact of an abstraction varies depending on when and where it is taken and returned to the environment, as well as the quantities taken and returned. While most water from public supply is returned to the water environment, it can be a long way downstream from the point of abstraction or straight to the sea. It can therefore have a bigger impact on the water environment than other abstractions. Okay. So it's not linking up with the ecosystem, right? It's being taken out and then put back in at a completely different point. Water is abstracted by a range of users, including industry, farmers, and water companies. In 2016, it is estimated that abstraction by water companies for public water supply used 55% of all water abstracted from freshwater sources, non-tidal surface water, and groundwater. So public water supply is a majority of abstraction. Then you got electricity supply, uses up another substantial minority. Other industry. Interesting. Now we get to climate change. So, climate change will affect the amount and timing of rainfall that supports river flows and replenishes groundwater. It will also influence the demand for water and its quality, as well as the way land is used, all of which will put pressure on water resources. Summers are likely to get hotter, significantly increasing demand for water. Winters are likely to get warmer and wetter. Although average summer rainfall is not predicted to change, more rainfall may come in big downpours. This could lead to droughts and floods, possibly at the same time. Ooh, Jesus. This would increase the damage caused and increase the risk of disasters such as wildfires. Increasing frequency of both drought and summer heat waves could lead to a much higher likelihood of these extreme events occurring at the same time. River flows are predicted to increase in winter and decrease in summer. Groundwater supplies may decrease over the 21st century. Reduced summer rainfall and increased summer evaporation would negatively affect wetland plant and animal communities, particularly in rain-fed wetlands. Increased areas of stagnant water during droughts, coupled with increased temperatures, could lead to the spread of mosquito-borne diseases such as dengue fever and West Nile virus. Treatment plants, pumping stations, and sewers that are designed to cope with the past and present climate may no longer be adequate. The reliability of existing reservoirs, groundwater sources, and river intakes will change. Some infrastructure critical for providing water supplies will be more vulnerable to flooding. Agricultural production may be negatively affected by water shortages during warm, dry summers, particularly in the south and east. Wetter autumns and winters will also reduce productivity by disrupting the timing of farm management activities and by causing increased flooding in low-lying agricultural areas. Valuable ecosystem services such as biodiversity and pollination provided by well-managed agricultural land are also threatened by the impact of climate change on water resources. So, to what extent are we preparing for this? Is the question. And the answer is basically not at all. Yeah, drought plus flooding was a thing my geography teacher made clear to us. Very dry lands don't absorb water. Okay, fast runoff into rivers and strips soil at the same time and leads to mudslides. Wow. Yeah, exactly. I'm vaguely having some flashbacks. I don't think we did rivers in my geography. We didn't do like water. I think we did volcanoes, which aren't as relevant to the UK. But I made a cake out of volcano. Wait. The other way around. Obviously the other way around. I made a volcano cake. 5 different layers of cake on top of each other to do like the layers of the different layers of rock. It kind of it looked quite good, but it wasn't particularly nice to eat because like it was so artificial. Anyway, population growth will continue to be one of the biggest pressures on water resources. The population of England is predicted to increase to 58.5 million by 2026. Many of the growth areas are in places where the water environment and water supplies are already stressed. Projections suggest that if no action is taken to reduce demand and increase the supply of water, most areas will not meet demand by the 2050s under high greenhouse gas emissions and high population growth scenarios. Even low population growth and modest climate change scenarios suggest significant water supply deficits by the 2050s, particularly in the southeast. Energy generation is a major user of water. Different choices of future energy generation and climate change mitigation strategies will therefore affect water resources in different ways. Okay, I mean, there's a lot going on here. We've only got 1 page left, though. One study has estimated that scenarios with higher nuclear or renewables investment would have much lower rates of freshwater abstraction and consumption levels by 2050. Yeah. Right, so this is the point, right? Again, this comes up. So this came up last time. Okay. Because what they did, yeah, so here we are. The past scrapping of green policies. So I spoke about this last time. According to Carbon Brief, David Cameron's coalition government scrapped what he reportedly called green crap in 2013, which included energy efficiency subsidies, effectively banning onshore wind in England. Let me link this. Yeah, and scrapping the zero carbon home standard. This resulted in huge falls in environmentally friendly outcomes such as home insulation and the construction of wind farms. Removing VAT on energy or paying policy costs via general taxation would have a relatively small impact on bills, blah, blah, blah. But previous efforts to slash climate policies are now costing the average household around £40 per year, rising to £60 under the price cap expected next winter. The analysis found that maintaining the green policies will have reduced energy costs by £8.3 billion a year for the economy overall, part of which would equate to £150 a year per household, right? So this thing of investing in green policies, yeah, investing in green policies is good for the environment and is also good for households. Yeah, so if we invest in renewables, then we have lower rates of freshwater abstraction and consumption levels. Why exactly is that? Because of electricity generation being more efficient under renewables, so using less water. Okay, yeah. Scenarios involving increased carbon capture and storage would have much higher freshwater abstraction and consumption levels. This is because CCS systems require extra water to function, as well as decreasing the overall efficiency of conventional power plants and increasing the amount of cooling water needed. Fracking shale gas extraction is not likely to be a significant abstractor of water in England, but there could be local impacts in areas that are already water stressed if the industry develops. So again, this is like, it comes back to this point of like working with the environment versus working against it, right? It's like, do you work with the environment and increase efficiency and reduce usage of lots of things, and improve things for households, or do you instead like do things like carbon capture, fracking, which is more like kind of, you know, trying to conquer the environment is sometimes how it's referred to. Well, then you end up like, even if it works in a narrow sense, you end up using more, disrupting things in another way, disrupting the ecosystem in another way, using more of another resource, in this case, water, right? I mean, again, I mentioned the Green New Deal video that I watched made. If you haven't watched that, then it's like 20 minutes long or something. It's quite short. In fact, it's more like 15. So it's like, but yeah, I talk about this. It's kind of like the lump in the carpet problem, right? You push down one environmental problem, and then the lump comes up elsewhere, unless you start rethinking how you're doing things in a systemic basis. All right, let's finish this document. The availability of water and the condition of aquatic habitats is affected by changes in land uses such as urbanization, mining, drainage, agricultural practices such as afforestation, tree planting, upland grading, changes in crops. Drainage causes wetlands to degenerate and has negatively affected most, if not all, wetland sites in England. Tree planting is planned to increase in the UK over the coming decades. Planting of forests has benefits in reducing downstream flood risk, but needs to be carefully planned as it can reduce local groundwater recharge and therefore also river flows. Treated water leaking from pipes places a significant pressure on water resources and the environment. A certain number of leaks are unavoidable and are allowed for in planning how much water is needed. Although leaked water eventually returns to the natural environment, it adds to abstraction pressures and wastes the energy used in treating and cleaning it. Yeah. Over 3,000 million litres per day are lost through leakage in England. This is equivalent to the amount of used in homes by over 20 million people, as we've seen. Just under a third of the UK population. Oh, so it's not... Oh, okay. It's not quite as much as I thought. Because it's not 20 million households. Let me rewrite that, because we got to be careful here. 20 million people. So that's a third of the UK population. Whereas it would be most households, right? Current leakage volumes at around 20% of water put into supply are large enough to have a noticeable effect on the total demand for water. Right, so you're extracting a fifth more, again, compared to what you need. Substantial volumes of water are also wasted during treatment and in people's homes. In total, 1/3 of water taken from the natural environment is wasted either through leaky pipes, losses in treatment, or in the home. I like that. Well, I don't like it, you know what I mean? According to why aren't you copying and pasting nicely? I hate it when PDFs do that. According to what are they called? Where are we? Where's the bloody report gone? Is it in a different window? This is the part where my brain stops working. Wait, what have I done? Have I just closed that? Oh, here it is. Jesus. Okay. Losing my mind. Sorry, what are they called again? Environment. According to Environment Agency. That is, I mean, there's a lot of bad names out there. I think Environment Agency might be the least creative name I've ever seen. That's like a placeholder name. I know that's not the issue, but, you know, come on. This stuff applies double for the US, right? Yeah, I think the US, you know, England in particular and the UK as a whole can be pretty crap at a lot of things. But the US, you always manage to just beat us. You manage to just be worse, you know. Everything from, racism to healthcare to climate change. You just manage to pip us to the post. The future of water resources in England will be increasingly affected by the pressures of population growth and climate change. Decisions taken in the year ahead on how energy is generated and how land is used will also have large effects on water resources in England. It is not yet clear what the exact extent of some of the impacts will be. However, there is strong evidence that action must continue to reduce demand, increase supply, and minimize wasting of water to prevent future shortages and limit environmental damage. It is very descriptive paper, you're right. It is. There's no doubt about what this agency does when you read its name, right? Nobody's coming away from their website being like, fucking hell, I've just got no idea what they do. So I suppose you can say that. So again, according to Environment Agency, water extraction in the UK exceeds sustainable levels and is vulnerable to shocks to demand. The as volumes increase due to increased usage, is that right? I'm never sure. As volumes increase due to increased usage, there may be additional pressure on the environment, let's say on the water cycle, let's be more specific, with the potential for more droughts and floods, perhaps at the same time. The gross inefficiency of water abstraction contributes to this excess demand, and investment into better technologies and design will not only benefit households but will benefit the environment in the long term. Good. Look for the privatization of water in Chile. So somebody said, okay. I would like to do some more cross-country. I would like to make this a little bit less UK-centric. What is going on? Somebody said something about Australian gas as well. Gas being oil. I always get confused because gas is obviously gas in the UK. You know, like what most people mean when they say gas, but then Australians and Americans like to call it other stuff. Wait, where's the... Next time. Well, I can't guarantee it's next time, but you know, it's metaphorical. Next time, metaphorical. Gas in Australia. I'd like to look at that. Whoever said that, about gas in Australia earlier, make sure to contact me with more info. Ditto goes for the person talking about water in Chile. I mean, yeah, lithium extraction again, a big thing, right? Lithium is in electric cars. It's in a lot of electronics, and it's like, okay, so you have electric cars, but then what about what it's doing to the environment in Chile? Oh, you call it petrol, even oil generally, or just the oil you put in your cars. Okay, everybody. So when the person said gas in Australia, did they mean actual gas? Maybe that's what they meant, and I was just being presumptuous. I can't remember. It's been like 8 years since I went to Australia. So I have a lot of Aussie followers. Hello, everybody. Or good day, I should say. Yeah, mining uses an absurd amount of water. Yeah, it's interesting. A shift to solar and wind. So why do you think it would make electricity generation no longer a natural monopoly? Is it just more accessible? There's less. It's not because it's not finite in the same sense. There's less case of like this oil well belongs to us, so therefore we have a monopoly over it, right? I mean, they're still quite expensive. That having a wind farm has a high fixed cost. Last James Bond movie villain storyline was based on the Bolivian water crisis. Is that not Quantum of Solace? A few ones ago. Alright, I was mistaken about Australia. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I know about Zumi. I know about the coup in Chile. But yeah, so renewable energy has lower barriers to entry and exit. I mean, it's not always sometimes we've got to make difficult decisions. I feel like the environmental crisis in some regards will see us, especially the middle class of rich countries, lowering our standard of living in terms of our amount of consumption of certain things. I do think that's probably the case. But thank you, Todd Perry, for following. However, there are some things where it's like, it's the best of both worlds, right? You invest in renewables, there's less monopoly, right? You've got more efficiency in terms of actual energy use, okay? So the lower costs and less environmental damage. And on top of it all, it's like an economic stimulus as well. It keeps employment up. Right. So I want to read this paper. Oh my god, it's 49 pages long, but double spaced. And actually, it's only 30 pages long. But because this is about private versus public corporate ownership, so this is about shareholder ownership. So this is a bit more general. This seems like a natural time to take a break, everybody. I'm coming back. We're coming back. Before we read this gargantuan paper. And yeah, we do another bit on just generally, because we've discussed the privatization of the UK oil, right? So what I want to do is go into more depth about why shareholder capitalism in particular may lead to an inferior service. We might not read the whole paper. It depends on how good it is, how readable it is. I've not read it before. I've not read this before, but we'll see. Right. Hello, everybody. Oh, the vast majority of you are still here. Excellent. Jazz. Thank you, Jazz. Yes, I will do more of them. I mean, this cost of living one is running and running because basically it just relates to everything. Um, everything really. But yeah, like I do plan, like I want to do one on the IPCC reports on climate change. There's plenty of things. There's so many things because I think one of the things is like my channel's not very like current affairs. It doesn't really do just current affairs, you know, what's in the news. But then these streams are an opportunity for me to be a little bit more like current. So we're kind of done with water specifically for now. It's bad. Spoiler, everybody, it's bad. But I'm interested in this paper. Somebody linked me to this. And it's about private versus public corporate ownership, implications for future profitability. So, the advantages and disadvantages of public versus private corporate ownership have long been debated. However, little empirical research has provided insight into the issue. We investigate the consequences of public versus private ownership on future profitability by examining a large cross-section of public and private firms, as well as a propensity match sample of public and private firms. We find robust evidence that public firms are associated with significantly lower operating profitability 3 and 5 years into the future when compared with private firms, and that the differential future profitability is driven primarily by future profit margins. We also find that the association between the lower future profitability of public firms is more pronounced for firms in short-term focused and highly competitive industries. Thank you for following, Caliper. Finally, we find that public firms are associated with smoother future earnings than private firms. The results provide insight into the differential future profitability of public versus private firms and the factors that influence the differential profitability. Yeah, so essentially, now bear in mind public means floated, right? Beholden to shareholders, not public as in nationalized. So just to make that very clear, we're not talking about nationalized versus privatized firms here. We're talking about two different types of corporate ownership. Have I encountered Ostrom's work on CPRs? She covers irrigation and water systems. Yes, although it's been a while since I read Ostrom on the Commons actually directly. But yeah, that's really relevant actually, because that I think in terms of like solutions that are ground up, then Ostrom is potentially really relevant. So what this is about basically is short-termism. This is what is clear is plaguing the water sector and probably a lot of the other utilities. As a private company, Dell now has the freedom to take a long-term view. No more pulling research and development and growth investments to make in-quarter numbers. No more trade-offs between what's best for a short-term return and what's best for the long-term success of our customers. The advantages and disadvantages of public corporate ownership have been debated for years. Public ownership generally allows for greater access to credit, enhanced stock-based management compensation packages, external monitoring of the business, and greater publicity for the firm. These advantages of public ownership have the potential to increase investment opportunities without increased indebtedness, attract the best employee talent, and lead to an enhanced reputation relative to what would be possible if the firm were private. On the other hand, there are potential disadvantages for private... Oh, I just realised the chat is a bit unhelpfully overlapping again. 1 second. Yeah, that's better. On the other hand, there are potential disadvantages of public ownership. The diffuse ownership and separation of ownership from control potentially creates agency problems, such that the actions are not in the firm's long-term best interest. Thus, compensation-based and market-based incentives that emphasize short-term rewards can lead to suboptimal decisions for the future, i.e., long-run profitability of the firm. Additionally, public ownership requires disclosure of firm information, which may be used strategically by current and potential rivals. These disclosures, as well as the cost of complying with regulatory requirements, may diminish the competitiveness and long-run profitability of public firms relative to private firms. Many studies report that a propensity to go private spiked after the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2003. Specifically, Lewis et al. 2008 document that many firms choose to go dark, i.e. deregister their common stock, after SOX. 370 from 2002 through 2004 versus 114 from 1998 through 2001. So what happened in the Sarbanes-Oxley Act? With several large publicly traded firms going private recently. Yeah, I don't know how relevant this paper is going to be, BT. Let's finish the introduction. The sense is that firms that go private are in the vanguard of an accelerating trend of business walking away from the stock markets. As further evidence of the recent preference of firms to remain private instead of going public, private financing with at least $1 billion valuations were 4 times as common through the first half of 2014 as initial public offerings with similar market capitalizations. This reflects the widest gap on record between the number of private financings and IPOs for billion-dollar firms. Despite the debate in both practice and academics regarding the effect of public versus private ownership on firm performance, little empirical research has examined this issue. The lack of empirical evidence is likely due to the lack of data on private firms. In this study, we provide empirical evidence on the relative future profitability of private and public firms by using data from SageWorks. We first examine whether public firms are associated with significantly lower operating profitability when compared to private firms. Right, how long does this introduction go on? Very long. No, okay, this is too this is too corporate finance. I thought it was going to be a little bit more interesting. It is relevant though, like it is about short-term shareholder capitalism, right? That's what it's about. It's just very yeah, this paper is just very corporate. But I don't think. Is there a difference in the future operating profitability of private firms relative to public firms? That's their research question 1. I'm not 100% sure about their empirical framework as well, to be honest with you. I mean, these are difficult, these studies, econometrically, because Journal of Management, 2020. Because everything's endogenous, right? You can't guarantee that the causality that they're going for is actually what's happening. What's this report? Why are power prices so darn high? Is this US based? Maybe we'll read that in a second. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I was getting bored of that paper. I think that was one for me to like probably read alone. But yeah, it's not interesting enough for you guys. I mean, Yeah, let's take a look at this. So this Ed Conway thread on natural gas, which I've been meaning to get around to. So remember, we're doing the cost of living, so we've moved on from water now. Something seriously odd is afoot in natural gas markets. There's a big glut of gas in the UK. Glut means too much. It's the opposite of shortage. Just in case anybody didn't know. Wholesale gas prices are the lowest in 18 months. There's so much gas, no one is quite sure what to do with it. Yet far from falling, household gas bills are heading even higher. Let's start with a chart of EU natural gas prices on the wholesale markets. This is what you'd pay for gas delivered tomorrow. The line here shows the main Northern European gas price, TTF, in Netherlands. It looks much as you'd expect. Down a bit from the invasion, but still very high. Pence per therm. Goes up, goes up, goes up, spikes, spikes again. Yeah. Now let's add the equivalent UK line. Note I've converted both to the same pricing convention, and note how aligned they are right up until March, when the UK line drops precipitously. It's very low, lower than pre-invasion, actually the lowest in months, for 18 months. So UK gas prices have gone down loads. So why are we... The notion that even as Britons face the biggest cost of living crunching generation, caused in large part by crazily high natural gas prices themselves are now down close to what might be considered normal levels, is somewhat mind-blowing, right? Yes, Ed, it is. What's behind this? To answer that, we need to ponder not a chart but a map. Because what matters above all in natural gas markets is not price but geography, or more specifically, where the gas pipelines and facilities are. Okay. I'm guessing those green things are gas facilities? LNG terminals. Something natural gas terminals. So, everyone knows we need to reduce the amount of gas from Russia to continental Europe, especially Germany. Some of that can be replaced with gas via pipelines from Northern Africa and Azerbaijan, but not enough. We'll need a lot more liquefied natural gas, the stuff that arrives in containers. But here's the thing. While Europe has a fair few LNG terminals green on this map, they aren't really in the right places. Lots in the Iberian Peninsula, but there isn't enough pipeline capacity to get much of that gas up to Germany. In Northern Europe, there are scant terminals. That brings us to the UK with its 3 terminals and decent spare capacity up until recently. As I wrote shortly before the invasion, it was plausible UK could end up playing a role as a kind of land bridge, taking LNG off ships and transiting it to the continent. The gas could pass via the 2 gas pipelines which run from East Anglia to Belgium and Netherlands and onwards into Northern Europe, filling the void. And that's pretty much what's happened in recent months. Right. In fact, these 2 pipes, BBL and interconnector, have been flowing at full capacity towards Europe for weeks now. They are maxed out. But this is something of an issue because there is still a lot of LNG coming into the UK unable to get across the channel. Lots of gas coming in, not enough capacity for it to leave, and since no one is turning on their radiators this time of year, especially with domestic prices so high, there's not enormous demand for that gas. So all sorts of weird stuff is happening. One of them is that UK power stations are burning far more gas than usual, turning that into electricity, which they then export to the continent. Suddenly the UK, which has mostly been a big importer of electricity, has become a big exporter, sending record amounts to Europe. The perversity of all this is that if the UK had more gas storage, this would be an ideal time to replenish it, locking away the gas ahead of a grim winter. Instead, We retired our biggest storage reservoir a few years ago and have next to no space to put all this cheap gas. Then again, there's an argument that if we had lots of storage, then prices probably wouldn't be quite so low, since there would be more demand for the gas. So I suppose you could argue that these low prices are in part thanks to this much derided decision. Wait, what? People... What? No, but that's a stupid argument. What? So don't have any gas so that the price goes up so that nobody wants to use electricity. Wait, no, so I don't understand his argument here. What's his argument? If we had lots of storage, then prices wouldn't be quite so low. There'd be more demand for the gas because there's more gas available. But then what? So prices would fall, but then they'd rise again. I don't fully understand that counter argument there. We've established that overnight wholesale gas prices are at the lowest level in 18 months. Electricity prices are also, by the way, unusually low. So will we see this reflected in our bills? Is the cost of living crisis over? Sorry, you're not going to like the next bit. The short answer is that energy companies say they set their prices based not on the day ahead price, but on prices months or years ahead. And guess what? Those prices are still eye-wateringly high, similar to those in mainland Europe. In fact, it's more perverse still. In recent weeks, even as the day ahead price dropped, the futures curve actually rose slightly, so the running tally for where the price cap is likely to end up in October actually went up, even as the day ahead prices collapsed. You couldn't make it up. This anomaly may not last long. That's what investors are betting. Prices are very volatile. Day ahead gas jumped from 40p to 100p a therm in only a few days. Even so, incredibly surreal that even as everyone talks about gas shortages, we are in the midst of the biggest glut in a long time. The UK is drowning in gas, but the UK will get little or no relief from these very low prices. Oh, I wish I'd seen this article first. I just would have read that. I hate Twitter threads. For those of you who prefer to consume your news analysis in video form, I mean, I literally would have watched that or read the video. Update May 24th, a month ago. Even as Ofgem says domestic gas bills are heading for 2.8k a year, that is, UK wholesale day-ahead gas prices are still far lower than the rest of Europe. We still have a glut of gas in the UK. But because household bills are based on futures markets, consumers don't benefit. But that's exactly why the companies are making so much money, right? That's why they've been taxed. Because there's a huge disparity. Because futures markets are one thing. I mean, I don't know about the practice of pricing based on futures markets. Like, I literally don't know whether that's a good idea. Then, but you're creating a wedge between the cost you're using to price and the cost that you're actually facing. Hence the very high profits. What are people saying in chat anyway? The added demand created by filling reserves would spike prices. Maybe, yeah. That gas needs to go somewhere so the prices go down because the storage of it is just damn expensive. The argument is that the market would be less volatile, so cheaper now, but a lot more expensive in the future. But if you had the storage, that would even out. Overall, you would have a benefit if you had the storage. Ameliorating volatility price spikes is supposed to be one of the main features of free markets. The irony here is dripping. Yeah, I don't understand. What's the rationale for this futures pricing? Does it say anything in the article? What? Oh, year ahead. Hmm. It is a very strange, strange situation that. I don't have a snap judgment on it. I am going to summarize it in the document though. How the UK has a lot. The UK has a lot of gas. Plenty of capacity to store and transport gas, and therefore there is a glut. However, since the since the company's price based on futures markets, which do a glut and a low price of gas, which do not show such a dip in price, the retail price remains high while there is plenty of gas available. I should say Twitter thread, as much as it pains me to say it. While there's plenty of gas available, this partly explains the super high profits, which have been windfall taxed by the UK government. Well, I should say which are being windfall taxed by the UK government. Okay. I don't know, is this bad? It seems pretty absurd. But I suppose, I mean, one thing that seems clear to me is that we should have had more storage, right? If we had more storage, more gas storage, then prices would be lower. But yeah, I mean, I think I can probably defend this situation in the sense that if this if this is temporary, then you might not want prices to drop suddenly, because then the operation of the companies on a more sustained basis would potentially be in jeopardy. I mean, why do they price based on the year ahead? He doesn't really explain why. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, gas. Okay, we've got another. Thread on inflation. Let's go through this. It looks interesting. Isabel Schnabel. In my speech on the globalization of inflation, I argue that global factors matter for domestic underlying inflation and that monetary policy needs to take these factors into account. This thread summarizes the main messages. In the euro area, the exceptional surge in energy prices is the main contributor to headline inflation, but core inflation too is at a record high, accelerating at a pace more than twice as much as the pre-pandemic historical average. Okay, so core inflation is going up in the euro area we're talking about. A significant fraction of the current gap in year-on-year core inflation between the euro area and the United States reflects a few months of extreme outliers, mainly in the spring of 2021. Monthly changes have returned to pre-crisis patterns since then. Annual percentage change in inflation goes up by more in the US. Difference. Oh, it was like 0, hovering around 0. Then it kind of got a bit more. I feel like this graph doesn't follow that one. Oh, month-on-month changes, sorry. Okay, yeah. Trimmed mean inflation suggests that underlying price dynamics in the euro area and the US are fairly similar, as US inflation has been strongly impacted by a few goods like used cars. According to financial markets, future expected inflation trends are also broadly similar. Such global price synchronization is driven by two factors. One is the fiscal response to the pandemic, which implied that households in many countries accumulated huge amounts of excess savings. This has boosted corporate pricing power, e.g., in contact-intensive industries. Such global price... Oh, sorry, I already said that. The second factor is the strong surge in demand from outside the euro area, which contributed to world demand exceeding supply. In the US, imports of durable consumer goods rose sharply, pushing up prices across the globe, also in economies where demand remains more subdued. Okay, yeah, so people started buying loads of stuff with their money from the pandemic. Durable consumer goods like fridges or cars or whatever. In an environment of buoyant global demand, many euro area firms were able to increase their export prices, mitigating the negative terms of trade shock. In the aggregate, firms have been able to increase their unit profits despite rising input costs. Right, okay, so costs have been rising for firms, but they've increased prices by more. As a result, profits were a key contributor to inflation. Households, in particular those with low incomes, have borne the brunt of the inflationary shock. In spite of the slowing economy, firms remain in a position to increase selling prices as global imbalances persist. GDP deflator, unit labour costs, unit profits. So profits were low, unit profits were low, and then they kind of gone back up in late 2021, so in green. Labour costs kind of rose, but they're not rising anymore. And they're actually a negative contributor in Q2 of 2021. Price expectations are going up in manufacturing, services, and retail. Higher profits may translate into higher wages. The euro area unemployment rate is at a historical low, and firms are reporting scarcity of labour. The tightening labour market strengthens the bargaining power of workers, supporting a pickup in wage growth. As underlying price pressures are likely to remain firm, monetary policy needs to take action. Risks are increasing that high inflation is becoming entrenched in expectations. Inflation risk premium in financial markets and households' inflation expectations have increased. Inflation going up, expectations. Consumers also going up as of Jan 22. Furthermore, our survey among euro area firms shows that expected inflation has become a much more important factor in determining future selling prices. Okay. Therefore, we, the European Central Bank, must underlie our determination and commitment to safeguard our primary mandate. This does not necessarily require monetary policy to suppress domestic demand. The war is already weighing on real incomes and global financial conditions are tightening. But to remain credible in the current environment and secure price stability over the medium term, monetary policy must not be a source of inflation itself. It's therefore time to put an end to the measures that were activated to fight low inflation. So withdraw quantitative easing, basically. I think, so this is interesting because it relates to this question of like what to do about inflation. So, do we tighten monetary policy? And what she's saying, I think, here is like you maybe withdraw quantitative easing and that type of thing, but not necessarily any sharp rises in interest rates. And so that is kind of, so this is kind of anti-monetary policy or increases in interest rates to combat current inflation, saying it will hurt households more, and actually it's being driven by a number of things, including higher profitability amongst firms and some of the stimulus measures. It doesn't mention anything about supply chains. Interestingly, this one. But I wouldn't rule it out. Right, what's this one about? This one's about energy. This is kind of a bridge bit because we're not as focused as we were earlier, but I just had these saved to my favorites and I wanted to see what people had to say. So, this one-page report. No more Twitter threads. Go away. Why are power prices so darn high? US. It's a question we keep hearing from Albertans. In this policy trends, we leverage new research to break down what's behind Alberta's rising power prices. In 2021, Alberta's wholesale power price more than doubled, rising from roughly $48 per megawatt hours, or 5 cents per kilowatt hours in 2020, to over $105 per megawatt hour now. When was it? April 2022. For many Albertans, nearly half of whom are on a floating rate tied to the wholesale market, this led to shockingly high bills. Some have pointed to transmission as the reason for high power bills, and while it's true delivery fees have risen substantially over the past 10 years, now making up a large part of the typical bill, they're not the reason for the large and sudden jump in prices. Others point to the federal carbon tax, an oft-used fodder for complaints. But the federal carbon tax doesn't even apply to the electricity sector. Wait, what? Canada has a carbon tax that doesn't apply to the electricity sector. What the fuck's the point in that? The provincial large emitter program tier does apply, but it turns out the change from 2020 to 2021 only had a small effect on prices. So to properly answer what's driving power prices, we constructed a model or what-if scenario based on every available power plant offering power into the market at their marginal cost. It tells us where prices would be in a fictional, perfectly competitive world. We can then see what happens when we change certain inputs. Here's what we find. First, the mix of power plants changed in 2021, with many coal plants converting to natural gas. Also, the hourly shape of load differs between the years. Both factors combine to raise our benchmark price by about $2.50 per megawatt hour. What, converting from coal to natural gas increased prices? I mean, that's an environmentally friendly move overall, but it's not obviously renewable. Second, demand was nearly 3% higher in 2021 versus the year before. Higher demand means more costly power plants are needed to keep the lights on. This adds $10 per megawatt hour to our competitive benchmark. Third, natural gas prices, a key input to most power plants in Alberta, rose by over 60%. Higher gas prices means higher cost to generate power. This adds $7 per megawatt hour. Next, the provincial tier carbon price increased by $10 a tonne. Despite the attention, this adds only a small amount, roughly $2.50 per megawatt hour. All told, these changes to the cost to generate power account for $22 of the $57 per megawatt hour price increase. So what's behind the other $35? The answer lies in how Alberta's power market differs from the rest of Canada. In other provinces, regulated utilities pass on all their costs to consumers through regulated rates. Whereas in Alberta, generators compete in an open market with no guarantee the revenue they earn will be sufficient to recoup their fixed costs of investing in power plants. To do so, they need to earn revenues over and above their marginal costs of generating power. In 2020, the difference between the realised market price and what we get from our model, with all firms offering at their marginal cost, what we call the market markup, was only $9 per megawatt hour. In 2021, this markup nearly quintupled to $44 per megawatt hour, a change of $35 per megawatt hour. So why the sudden jump? The end of Alberta's 20-year PPA's power purchase arrangements left control of more power plants in the hands of fewer power companies. This increase in market concentration, coupled with generally tighter market overall, means firms can easily exercise market power and profitably raise their offer prices. So what does this mean for Alberta's power market? On this, views will differ. Some will respond with calls to re-regulate, others will note that occasional periods of high prices are needed for generators to recoup their fixed costs. That's relevant to what we were just talking about with the natural gas fluctuation, right? High fixed costs. After a period of low prices for the past 6 years, firms may be seizing the opportunity to earn a return on their investments. Over time, it is expected that market power will get disciplined by new entry. And we're seeing this with thousands of megawatts currently in the development queue, but it will take time. In our view, the end of the PPAs and the resulting pop in prices raise important questions about the degree of market concentration and the potential benefits of forward contracting. In the meantime, consumers wishing to be removed from the cut and thrust of wholesale power markets would do well considering a fixed rate for their power. Even with the run-up in prices, fixed rates look attractive relative to floating rates for at least the next year. Okay, so, again, like, what we've got is, in Alberta, Canada specifically, market concentration may be partially responsible for the increase in prices. But this is more of a direct comparison of, like, the extraction of profits. It's not in terms of, like, the physical elements of extraction, right? Yeah, so why is the formatting on that so buggered? Oh, that's better. Just about. Okay, that just went a bit weird. Yeah, so market concentration does keep coming up. I think market concentration, yeah, it's twofold, right? It's one thing for them to be making a lot of money when they could be charging lower prices to consumers and making less money. But it's another thing for them to systematically neglect their duties. And that's what I'm more interested in at the moment, right? Because we know that they're making a lot of money, but we also know that often the amount of money they make is not enough just to, translate into, it's not such that if you translated it into lower prices, it would completely eliminate the cost of living crisis. That's not the case. It's a much more insidious problem that's built over a long time, right? As we saw with water. So what's George Dibb saying? Do we want to know what George Dibb has to say about the cost of living crisis? I mean, that's not a question. I'm obviously just going to read it because it's my stream. Rishi Sunak has claimed there's nothing he can do about the external global circumstances driving the cost of living crisis. But he's dodged the real question. How can he best respond and avoid an escalating crisis and a costly recession? In fact, there are fair, green solutions to this crisis staring us right in the face. This was a month ago. And they're solutions that should get support from business. Over the past few days, the trickle of increasingly panicked messages from businesses on the cost of living crisis has become a flood. Already alarmed by the Bank of England's warning of a looming recession and apocalyptic price rises, business leaders were spooked when Sunak's speech at the CBI last week left many people wondering if he understood the scale of the challenge. At the weekend, the chief executive of E.ON, a company not known for its economic radicalism, declared that the most important thing is that the government intervenes and the Chancellor must tax those with the broadest shoulders. Consumer spending drives the economy. If people are struggling to pay their gas bills, they have less money in their pockets to spend on the high street or a restaurant meal. Which is why, as the CBI's General Director Tony Danker, good name, has said, Sunak's first step should be investing in social security via increases in universal credit and legacy benefits to prevent families falling into destitution. This would help to stabilise the economy, not fuel inflation. Income tax cuts wouldn't help here. They give a big bonus to the rich, but the poorest, already facing the choice between heating and eating, wouldn't benefit at all. I mean, yeah, okay, so I mean, I buy that, right? Like, increase the benefits, increase benefits to poorest families. It's funny because it's not. It's such a politically unpopular measure to increase benefits. Like giving away money to poorest households as aid in this cost of living crisis is a temporary measure. I think people can get on board with that. But if you said, I'm increasing, housing benefit, child benefit, job seekers allowance, universal credit, if I'm increasing these things, any of those names, the British tabloids would hate it. Even though it's essentially the same, and also one's more sustained than the other. Second, we need a serious industrial strategy to boost confidence, give long-term business certainty, and restore investment in the UK's productive capacity. Sunak promised to increase public-private investment with a super deduction incentive, but in fact it fell in the last quarter. To make this long-term vision work, Sunak should break up the Treasury and form a new Ministry for Economic Strategy with a target to drive investment-led green growth. Yeah, I mean, this would include investing in the water pipes, right? And investing in all the, trying to eliminate the wastage, trying to improve our infrastructure, maybe gas storage, all of these things. Third, oh, for God's sake, the ice cream van that comes down my road that's actually definitely a drug dealer is coming, and I think it's so loud. So apologies for that sound that you're going to hear in a bit. Third, rather than continuing to slip on our green ambitions, we must double down. Every home newly insulated and each wind turbine erected across the UK will reduce household fuel bills. True. We need to make this investment before 2050 anyway, so let's do it now to support the economy and bring down electricity bills sooner. As Danker said, non-inflationary green investment opportunities are there for the taking, but government must confirm them, launch them, and fund them. To do this, we should build on the lessons learned during the pandemic and form a government task force to drive public and private sectors to collaborate better, spur business innovation, and unblock the supply chain. We need an effective civil service, not one with a recruitment freeze and job cuts hanging over it. That collaboration, after all, not greed or capitalism, is what got us COVID vaccines and could bring lower energy bills too. Next, the government must make clear to businesses that just as they were supported in the pandemic, can you hear that ice cream van? Oh, it's so annoying. It plays like 3 times in a row. Stupid ice cream van song. So, next, the government must make clear to businesses that just as they were supported in the pandemic, now companies must themselves act responsibly. Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, misrepresented the problem when he said that wage restraint was most important in stopping inflation. In fact, companies can reduce their profits too to keep prices down, as the bank has since acknowledged. Yeah, that would do something, but not enough. Profits have gone up in recent decades, particularly in uncompetitive concentrated sectors. In a particularly egregious example, petrol stations haven't passed on the fuel duty cut to customers, benefiting their bottom line at the public's expense. That is egregious. Evidence from the US suggests that recent rising prices have been disproportionately driven by rising profits, not wages. The real issue is that we've been too relaxed about some companies in some sectors building too much market power for too long. Their excessive market power is pushing prices higher still. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. EPI report. At the same time, the risk of a wage price spiral is low because of a collapsing trade unionism. The last time inflation was at 9%, more than half of workers were in a trade union. Today, it's less than a quarter. Consequently, not only are wages failing to keep pace with inflation, but we're seeing their biggest fall since records began. Instead of forcing workers to take the strain, companies should show profit restraint and cut their dividend payouts. Finally, as fossil fuel companies pile up huge unexpected profits from the very crisis that is pushing millions into absolute poverty, it's fair for the government to redistribute these into welfare and income support. Even the former Treasury Minister Jesse Norman and the CEO of E.ON seem to agree. Like Italy, we should levy a windfall tax on oil companies whose profits have soared merely because of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Extraordinary unearned profits call for extraordinary measures. Sunak needs to realise that intervening now to avert a recession, help the worst off families, and secure a green transition is the best way to support everyone. This is the most responsible thing to do. In fact, as the penny-pinching Chancellor should realise, we simply cannot afford not to. Oh, he's from IPPR, the writer of this, George Dibb. So, yeah, I mean, that is slightly dated, because obviously they did actually do the windfall tax and some of these measures, but I mean, I mostly agree with it. But it's not as focused as we've been on the issue of nobody can hear ice cream, the ice cream van. I gotta get some ice cream. Yeah, I mean they have ice cream. Wait, have I just given? There's this document. So. I was going to read that really long public versus privately owned corporate paper, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Oh yeah, I can get some drugs and or some ice cream. Hi Dimitri. I mean, it'd be really interesting to see similar stuff for the Oh, hello. So there is this interesting looking article on rail franchising in the UK. Again, railways a big factor in a lot for a lot of households in their costs. Um, yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll finish on this. We can read about this. So we've already done a lot on water. I think I'd be interested to know if anybody has relevant resources for that are similar for like how the gas and electric networks are handled. I mean, I know that they the distribution companies are they're very concentrated. Um, what's actually going on in terms of how well they work is another issue, right? And so that's yeah, this is this Commonwealth report which I read. But let's move on to trains because it's all part of the same thing, right? It's all about privatization and how it's been handled in the UK. And apparently, yeah, there's been a lot of changes. Um, so there was a rail franchising system, but that's now been suspended, which I actually didn't know about. So, so slight change. Hello, orange marmalade. Oh, jeez, jeez. Right. So franchising has died. What the fuck has happened to the trains? In March 2020, the UK government suspended rail franchise agreements, instead putting in place emergency measures agreements, paying franchisees a 2% management fee to run trains due to a collapse in passenger numbers as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. These EMAs due to expire for the majority of TOC's train operating companies on the 20th of September 2020. Railway engineer Gareth Dennis is a lecturer at the Birmingham Centre for Rail Research and Education, BCRRE. Leads. Mate, what? Oh, God. Again, why are these things so badly written? English. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Honestly. Leads the York branch of the Permanent Way Institution. He believes franchising was always a bad idea and that this current crisis is the nail in its coffin. Our editor-in-chief, Josephine Cordero Sapien, spoke with him to find out what should come next, in a conversation that paints a broad picture of the structural problems with the British rail network. Abolishing franchising is merely the first step in what should be a comprehensive overhaul to the railways to increase capacity, drive modal shift, and address the megatrend which is climate change. Oh, okay, so this is like an interview. Let's see if it's okay to read out. Franchising. It's not just been a problem during lockdown. You've not liked it from beforehand. Could you say a little bit about what your gripes with it are? Gareth Dennis. There are a range of different problems that I have with franchising. Key among them is that nobody can tell me what franchising is for when it comes to the railways. The railways are not just a geographic monopoly, but also a highly complex system that's totally interdependent on a load of factors that the franchisee is never going to have control over. I could never understand why franchising was chosen over a concession model. The idea was that franchisees could drive growth, but the reality is that franchisees were let with the idea that the railways were going to be a managed decline. A couple of franchisees were let on a not for growth basis. So number one issue is they didn't really know what they were for. Second issue with that is on a system that is so interconnected, so complicated, they didn't have the ability to do anything particularly radical. There's only really one example of a successful franchise when it comes to growth and driving new passenger growth, and also a collaboration with the infrastructure manager to create new services, and that's Chiltern Railways. And the reason why that works is because Chiltern Railways almost has its own little segregated network that it runs on. It was being run almost as a concession. All the other franchises are much more complicated. They're interacting with different networks being used heavily by different operators. The other challenge is risk management. Government has been pushing more risk onto franchise holders to the point where none of them are particularly interested. And as the railways got busier, the only area really where profits could be derived for the franchise holder was in staffing, so drivers and guards. As a result of that squeeze, we've seen a lot more industrial action. In quite a few of the cases, the franchisees went to reduce the number of drivers required, muck around with the contract for guards, and for better or worse, that's resulted in degraded industrial relationships. All these combined factors come together to illustrate the fact that franchising wasn't a good system to start with because it had no real objectives and purpose. Franchising fragmented the industry far too much without an idea for reorganization for growth. What are you all talking about? Church and state. That is pretty random, guys. So firstly, can they define their terms? Like, honestly, people just chuck around terms, don't they? They don't like franchising versus concessions, railways. So let's get clear. Here we are. This is just a forum. A franchise is awarded by... Okay, so if we believe John 55, and he sounds like a reliable bloke, a franchise is awarded by the Department for Transport to an organisation to operate a railway service for an agreed sum of money. The financial risk is held by the franchisee, so if the economy falls off a cliff, the franchisee stands to lose money, and equally in boom times can make money. A concession is a management contract awarded by the franchise holder where an organisation runs the railway service in return for a fee. The concession holder does not hold the financial risk or set fare levels. The concession holder will do whatever the franchise holder tells it to, but little else. Right, okay. So we're talking about basically a fixed contract to the railway, the train operating companies, where for running it, they get money, and that's a concession, and the money is fixed. Or if they're a franchise, then they get the money that they make, and if they get screwed over, they get screwed over. If they make loads of money, they make loads of money. What is this nice big map? It looks too big for me to digest at the moment. I mean, this is just all of the rail in the UK. Interesting. Anyway, so let's go back to this article anyway. A Rail UK forum. People are really into trains though, aren't they? I mean, I'm not like, I don't really know. I like train journeys. I think they're quite peaceful compared to other forms of transport. Like, I'd rather be on a train than anything else. You got some space, you got some free time. Okay, there's probably some annoying people on them, but they're much better than buses, which are like hot and slow and crowded. Or cars, which we hate. We hate cars at Unlearning Economics, and obviously planes are terrible. But yeah, trains are great. Anyway, so the interviewer says, oh yeah, don't get me started on coaches. Under British Rail, it was structurally much more like the model you've actually proposed before, where you have an intercity network and then you have regional operators that do the commuter and near-distance services. The challenge with the railways being absolutely at capacity is that there is no ability for any kind of commercial cleverness when it comes to running trains. The different franchises are screaming out to run as many services as they can, and they can't run any more because the infrastructure is full and that's totally out of their control. One of the challenges with franchising is that actually you have far more centralized control than the railways have been under, potentially ever. That level of control means that there is very little regional accountability or regional knowledge. So, an understanding of what services people wanted. The franchises started out as quite thin documents, but in the last 5 years, these documents for the bids were huge. They're about 800 pages long. Yes, boxes worth of binders. It's insane. A franchise is supposed to be a business model that is quite free to allow commercial edge. It's supposed to allow commercial innovation. And putting aside the fact that commercial innovation is a bit of a silly idea on the railways, because innovation is very constrained in a system where safety is so important and capacity is so constrained, these two key things mean innovation is not stifled, but it doesn't happen in quite the way that it does perhaps in the open business market. With railways, you've got complicated signalling, you've got rolling stock that's very expensive, takes a long time to build and procure, and all these variables the Department for Transport, centralised in government, was controlling, and so even under British Rail, you had more regional control. You had more input from the regions, and that has been undermined over the last 25 to 30 years. My model that I talked about was really about taking a lot of the day-to-day running away from the Department for Transport and giving it to the regions, giving it to the sub-national transport bodies, whether those are regional bodies like Transport for North at city or urban levels, or Transport for the West Midlands. On a concessions-based model, there are two questions really. What will happen next? And do you think that what will happen next is also what should happen next? For fear of going, no, of course they won't do the right thing, this is Britain and we just don't know anything about public transport. No, that's not going to be my answer. To answer the first question, what I think will happen next is that we're going to have concession models, and they're probably going to map broadly onto the franchise map so that the franchises will transfer into being concessions, sort of as they have. That's happened. Yes, so just extending the EMAs because they're running out in September. In terms of the immediate future, so these are the emergency measures. In terms of the immediate future, I think they're going to be extended. I don't think the government's going to want to go through the process of bidding, given that we've got a catastrophic Brexit inbound. I don't think the civil service is going to have enough time on its hands. So I think we'll just see a transfer of a direct award concession. If not, you might see an expansion of operator of last resort. This is pretty technical. This is too jargon-filled for me to follow it completely. And I don't like reading out an interview, I've decided. I'm not getting much from this. Like, what? Like, what's good about concessions versus franchising? I'm not getting any sense. So under a concession model, Grayling, yes. When he was asked about modal shift, he said that's not the business of the Department for Transport. No, maybe it's worth sticking with it. Maybe it's worth sticking with it because he He does get onto some more relevant stuff. Let's just be patient, everyone. Yeah, blah 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 blah. The original franchising was broken to start with. They were never going to fix the issues with the fact that we haven't built any new infrastructure on any great scale, despite the fact that we've got triple the number of passengers travelling. To turn to whether the right thing will happen, funnily enough, I think government is being left with less and less choice about doing the wrong thing because they're running out of bad options to do when it comes to how to run the railways. It's probably going to be a concession model. We're going to see more parity between the boundaries of infrastructure manager and train operator, which is only a good thing. But I think because of the very nature of the environment that we're in now, we need to grow rail ridership very quickly. We're going to have a look at fare changes, reductions in fares to drive growth again. And I think that the only way you can get that kind of responsiveness is through a concession where government, local, regional, or probably Westminster government can pull the strings very quickly to change and manage fares to deal with demand. So this bloke, what's his name? Is it like Gareth Dennis or something really, really British? Yeah, Gareth Dennis. He's got two first names. So essentially, the concession model actually puts more responsibility in the government's hands. So if you just charge a fee and you say, it's like contracting someone out, right? Oh yeah, thanks, Sladoff. Yeah, I just realised that as you said it, basically. So yeah. Where was I? Yeah, so it's like contracting someone for a service and saying, okay, do this thing for me. If the government's doing that, it can actually provide clear parameters. Whereas franchising was kind of like, okay, you get the service for a bit and, you kind of do what you want with it. And then after a few years, you give it back, and we lend it out maybe to you again, maybe to someone else. And so there's no cohesion. That's why there's bad planning in this system. It is like, in a lot of cases, I think with trains probably more so than anywhere else, the UK seems to have like the worst of both worlds. Like literally, it's like, if you think of the private sector as being ruthless and, exploitative, and, solely profit oriented to the expense of workers and the environment and sometimes customers, then you've got like that kind of thing. But then if you think of, but then you might argue with the private sector, well, ultimately it does deliver the goods, it's efficient. But then you've got this, because it's it's sort of private, but also managed by the government, you've got the stereotypical inefficiency of government and the stagnation. So you've got this kind of horrible, callous system that doesn't care about anybody, but is also really stagnant and inefficient. So you don't get any of the dynamism of the private sector, and you don't get any of the care of the state sector that you might want out of them. You get the worst of both worlds. So Gareth Dennis thinks that concessions would be less like this. So at the moment is that people are more spooked about taking public transport. Transcribe properly, for God's sake. I worry that even though from a climate emergency perspective we absolutely need to shift people onto the railways and away from their cars based, people currently feel more comfortable driving because you're in your own little self-contained bubble. Yeah, taking up all the fucking road and creating loads of pollution and getting road rage. Getting passenger numbers back up again is a challenge. It's a major challenge, and we just have to look to our friends and colleagues in mainland Europe who have been reducing fares massively, who have been using the opportunity of people's reduced travelling to make massive shifts to domestic flights, for example. The urgency is there, and the mega trend remains climate change. That's the key driver for transport in general, and we can't lose sight of that. When I talk with anyone who is against HS2, oh, hello. The cynicism around it is that the government's not going to push modal shift to reduce overall passenger numbers. What's modal shift? See what I mean? They just fucking... These bloody railing... Modal shift. Oh, is that just a shift to... cleaner forms of urban mobility. I hate that term already, having just learned it. That's a very jargony term. I hate stuff like that. Anyway, they're supporting all types of transport, and therefore, if some people can take the train, the roads are clearer. I can still take the plane. I can still do all those things. I've just added to transport demand rather than cutting it down. The previous transport secretary, when he was asked about modal shift, Grayling, when he was asked about modal shift, he said, "That's not the business of the Department for Transport," which is mind-blowing because modal shift to my eyes very much is. Yes, of course it is. Chris Grayling was a fucking idiot. Chris Grayling is one of the stupidest politicians out there. The trouble is, there's always pressure from Treasury because the Treasury sees vehicle excise duty, what people often call road tax, as a major source of revenue at the moment, but it isn't for long. As the number of electric cars shoots up that pay zero vehicle excise duty, Treasury is going to get very unhappy and they're going to have to introduce road pricing, which totally changes the equation. Right. Because you're shifting away from using petrol, it's not going to apply anymore, and then the Treasury is going to get less money, and they're just going to have to start charging people for using cars, which they should have done in the first place. If you fast forward to Shapps, he did talk positively about modal shift, so I think there has been a bit of a change. I think that there is an understanding that there is an increasing importance for us to move people and things away from more polluting modes, and that's been a fairly quick change. I think there's cause for very light, if not optimism, then for a raised eyebrow with a slight curling of the mouth at the potential that the government is slightly shifting its position on modal shift. Because the Department for Transport's key responsibility should be driving modal shift away from roads. And this is a key thing that's a benefit of the concession model. London Overground is a concession. Transport for London hold the reins. Transport for London are a very well-informed client. They understand their region very well, or the city, Greater London. They understand it very well, and they work to drive modal shift. By loosening the DFT and national control over the railways, actually we have the potential to tighten control regionally, which is a good thing to do because regionally we have a much better chance of driving modal shift than we do nationally, because regionally there is an understanding of where people travel, what's important to local people and businesses in terms of freight as well. The DFT have a huge amount of control and very little understanding of the needs of the passenger. When it comes to can you run a clock face service between here and here, and that requires some level of input from the DFT, they don't want to know. They're not interested. They haven't invested the right money for infrastructure, so franchising was always doomed because of the intransigence of central government's ability to invest. The trains, track, and also who's running the trains and putting staff on them, these are totally disconnected with different periods of return. The fact that they all need to be working together, but they have totally different individual commercial drivers, was never going to work. Yeah, so to stress again, we've got like the most, maybe not stupider than Nadine Dorris actually, but good point. We've got a system where the people who own the trains are different from the people who actually run and operate the trains, and then the train tracks are separately owned, and it's an extremely fragmented system. In fact, there's one more article. There we go. Oh no, it's not Left Outside, it's Alex Harrowell. I'll read that as well about the train system. It's quite funny. Signalling is Signalling, for example, is a network rail issue. But obviously it has huge implications for train operating companies as to how punctual their services can be, because how quickly drivers can respond in poor weather conditions. There are examples like that. You'll find key disconnects between those three key areas: the infrastructure, the train, and the operator. In several instances, you'll find there are incentives against collaboration. You need to do a huge amount of staff training for this new signalling system, But under the franchise system, what incentive was there for a franchise to do that? And that has to take place during the weekday, not at the weekends, because of reduced labour relations, and then you haven't got the drivers to run the other services, and then passengers are unhappy, and then the Department for Transport says, you're doing a rubbish job, we're going to take the franchise away from you. Exactly. And it's just this feedback loop of disruption, but then when the train operators came up with a good idea, it was stymied by one of those interfaces as well. For example, Northern, in the run-up to getting gobbled up, but even when it was still a franchise, they were looking at doing this thing called digital train, where you retrofit things like passenger counters, various diagnostics, a huge amount of wiring, new Wi-Fi as well on the existing fleet. The train operating company paid for it and did all the design work, but the rolling stock operating company said, okay, you can fit that to my 25-year-old Class 150 diesel train, but as soon as I get that train back, you have to strip it all out. How does that make any sense? There are lots of those interfaces, the breakdowns, the gaps between the organisations are a real issue. And franchising built on the worst of those gaps. It created new gaps, and then it just threw in all of the worst centralised control as well. Right. Yeah, this is, does it sound familiar, right? Because we spent ages talking about all the problems with water. And it's just the way that the market is structured, the goals of the companies, the lack of coordination between the companies and between the government. They're just leading to terrible, terrible services that, you're passing up opportunities for modernization regularly. All of these things, and we're talking about decades, right? Since privatization, decades of absolute chronic underinvestment, malinvestment, lack of coordination, lack of cohesive policy. And when you ask people, so the people that I'm interested in, right? This is why I wanted to do this stream in particular. The economists like me will be saying things like, well, let's look at the profits, let's look at the balance sheets, let's look at the bottom line, which is fine to do. But what you miss is the people who really understand trains, the people who really understand water pipes. They know how the industry is failing in substantive terms, in concrete terms, the way that they're delivering the service, the way that the actual trains are built, the way they are used, the way the water system is built, not to mention the environmental implications of all of this. These people have expertise, and I feel like these people, we've used economists too much. And apart from the issues with the current privatized system, we haven't got enough of this type of expertise in the policy. Specific expertise into transport, into water, into electricity and gas. The regulators, they hire so many economists. And the economists just like, oh, well, just, put a fine on it. People respond to incentives. It's like, well, evidently that model isn't working. Someone in contact with reality, yes. Somebody who knows something about trains. Is this video going to be up afterwards? No. Wait, sorry. Yes and no. Yes, but not public. But it will be unlisted. Anyway, you should be able to access it. It's in my playlist. Also, it will be on the Unlearning Economics live channel. Yeah, someone who goes outside. Well, who knows I don't know what happened. I mean, it's partly politics as well. I can't just blame economists. Because I think there was definitely an element of like the political buy-in from the existing managers of the nationalized industries But there was politics as well. The fine would work if it was big enough and enforced hard enough, but it never is. Yeah, that is true. So under a concession model, because of course there are a few examples already, you mentioned the London Overground, the problems that currently exist with franchising, to what extent are those same problems going to persist? Well, key one is that you stop. For me, it essentially means government has to take responsibility. The main benefit of the concession over the franchise is that government has to take responsibility. With the May 2018 timetable meltdown, government just tried to find everyone to blame. It was blaming train operators left, right, and centre, where actually it was pretty much entirely government's fault that that happened. For me, the main benefit of the concession model is that government cannot hide behind the fake idea that there is a franchise that makes its own autonomous decisions. The idea is they have an incentive to be better because they become accountable to the public. Exactly, that's the key thing for me. The concession model is accountability. Right, so there's the politics of the thing, right? That's what I was just talking about. Everyone manages to evade accountability. The shareholders of the franchises do make a lot of money for them, right? We talked about that last time. There's this report, okay, in trains. So I won't read out this whole quote, but basically there's a lot of public subsidy to the train operating companies. The dividends extracted are modest. They're just like in the hundreds of millions, which is obviously a lot, but in terms of like the total revenues we're dealing with the train sector, it's actually pennies, right? So it's not like they're responsible for extracting all of the money from the train system, but they get enough for themselves. So it fucking suits them. It suits the government because they can say, well, it's privatized, it's not our problem. And so they don't have this concession model, which sounds like it'd be more accountable, according to Gareth Dennis. By nature, you don't have the local or regional interest at the Department for Transport. You're looking at things at a national level. The DFT should be in the business of looking at the big figures like driving modal shift. How quickly do we want to decarbonise? These are the big hitter bullet point things the DFT should be responsible for. But they should not be responsible for deciding how many trains run between Adderley Park and Birmingham New Street. The reality is that the best place for that control is at either regional or local level. Oh, this is a response. Jason, Westminster doesn't control when my bins get picked up, and it would be ludicrous if they did. It's the same kind of thing. Exactly, and this comes from the fact that this really stems to a deep ideological point that the railways are a public service. Which is what we've realised during this pandemic. Government realised we must keep them running. Is what we've realised several times. Yes, we've realised it successively over various crises over the last 25 years or longer. When there's a national railways crisis or for whatever reason, timetable meltdown, Hatfield rail disaster, meaning everything has to run slowly, the country grinds to a halt. GDP falters, all these different measures. Look at the strikes on Southern. How many people's lives were horrendously and irreparably affected by the strikes and the not being able to get to their places of work and not being able to afford an alternative like living closer to London? The railways are a public service, and because of that, they need to have regional and local control. You need to have people in the right places who understand the needs of the local area. Great stuff, we like it. Very seeing like a state. So if we now move to concessions, and the Department for Transport is the one to point the finger at, they might actually be motivated to have regional bodies so that they have an extra layer of deniability for themselves. Is that cynical? It's a difficult one. In an ideal world, they start feeling the heat a little bit, so they want to push that heat out. But then, you've got to think about the fact that certainly, when it comes to the urban areas, largely the control is Labour. Okay, Andy Street is in charge of the West Midlands, but for the most part, regional and urban government generally finds itself being more left of centre. The fear is that you end up with, and this is partly why there's such a battle between TfL, between the mayoral office in London and central government, When they're on opposite sides, certainly when the government is conservative, you'll find that local or regional government typically flips the other way, and so they don't want to give that control to the other side. There needs to be the right interaction between the regional transport body and the urban body, and the conflict in the way those work is something that needs to be understood. There's maybe not an easy answer to how that works, but the important thing on the railways is that, to quote Roger Ford from Modern Railways magazine, it's about structure, not ownership. The nationalisation versus privatisation discussion is really a bit of a distraction and a sideshow. I kind of agree with that. And certainly, under franchising, the structure was not right. One of the main challenges with the concession model is that it doesn't work unless you buy up the rolling stock. And it's an improvement on franchising in as much as that franchising couldn't as it have... Sorry, let's start that one again. It's an improvement on franchising in as much that franchising couldn't have existed as it is, but until the concession has its own rolling stock, dedicated, that it can decide to buy new stock, or that it can upgrade existing rolling stock, it can do things to its own stock, and it knows that stock is going to be running on those tracks as long as the stock is functioning, or perhaps until that stock gets cascaded elsewhere, but until that's the case, the structure is not right yet. Okay, so that was a bit confusing. What he's talking about is the fact that the trains are owned by different companies to the ones that actually run them. So he's saying, why not just eliminate that middleman? Same companies. Stupid privatized system. So if they're extended now, the concessions, the next thing you're saying should happen is government should over time buy back the rolling stock from the Roscoes. The rolling stock operating companies. No, I forget exactly what it stands for. Yes, so certainly there should be a moratorium on any new rolling stock being procured through a rolling stock operating company. No, that's what they are, yeah. It doesn't really work. It just adds cost. It's not the TOCs or because the manufacturers are overcharging, it's because the rolling stock operating companies exist and the leasing model that they use to buy new rolling stock. So do we think 18 months is going to be the next extension length for the time being, or are they going to go for something longer right off the bat? Yes, that's a very good question. My instinct would be around an 18-month or 24-month direct award to transition finally off these emergency measures to a concession model. At the same 2% for train operating companies, yep. Because the worry is they'll say I'm not going to do it if government offers less. Yes, it's true. I used to think franchising was the worst of all worlds, but actually it's not great because government really is beholden to these private operators. There are serious advantages to not having private operators involved because a company can't just turn around and say, okay, we're not going to run the trains then. Which is the same as with franchising internally, where they were to be let on a 3-year term to keep competition constantly going so that we have good services, and the potential franchisees said, well, that's not of interest to us, and so they had to lengthen and lengthen and lengthen them. Going into the railways to turn a profit isn't a good idea. It's a public service. Actually, we should be looking at maximising the things that are good about the railway's role, which is moving more people, moving more things more efficiently, reducing greenhouse gas emissions overall. Those are the targets, and there's going to be a collaboration between public and private to deliver that. The railways are no longer a cash cow and haven't been for a long time. Ultimately, the reason franchising is collapsed is because it doesn't make any money for the franchise holders. It's ended itself, really. Yes, it being on the way out, they're probably thinking, fine. There are so many franchises that were just borderline ready to collapse. The South Western Railway franchise was just about ready to collapse. Northern had already gone, of course. There were several others that were close to just collapsing in on themselves, and the reason for that was because of over-promising and not being able to deliver because government hadn't delivered on its side of the bargain regarding infrastructure or rolling stock. But broadly, because they just weren't making any money. In several cases, the owning groups, Abellio or indeed Deutsche Bahn, were actually hemorrhaging money into the railways from their owning groups. Because when they made an initial bid, circumstances changed that they couldn't foresee, and they had to deliver on what they promised 5 years ago. Absolutely yes. It wasn't even 5 years, it was only a couple of years into the franchises that LNER and Stagecoach were paying a lot of money into the coffers of government because it had suggested it would get growth during using the Virgin brand that never materialised. Because funnily enough, there's only so much growth you can drive when the trains are full and you can't run any more trains. The Department for Transport was saying, if you look at these potential growth numbers, yeah, but the trains are full and you can't run any more trains. Where is this growth going to come from? There's only so much air you can pump into a tyre before it bursts, and the analogy here is we need a bigger tyre. If we want to pump more air into it, you need a bigger tyre. So fundamentally, franchising was just going to disintegrate. Ultimately, people want to travel by train more cheaply, and we should have a strategy and structure that allows them to do that. You know, it's interesting because we were talking about like the shareholders of water companies kind of shareholders of water companies kind of just basically being in it while it's on life support before they get out, you know, eventually. And it feels like something similar has happened with the franchise model with the train operating companies. They're like, the shareholders know they're going to make plenty of money for themselves. They know it's going down the drain. They're just in there to make some money for themselves. And then eventually it just implodes. And like, you know, we've got strikes coming up. We've had loads of strikes this year in the train service. This is what happens when you don't design a service properly. You allow private shareholders to leech off of public money without investing, without due diligence. You allow all of these things to happen. You end up with crisis, right? And now we've got all these rail strikes. So, let me just write up what we've just seen. Has quietly died, and a concession model, more like a conventional contract with a fixed fee to deliver the service, may be coming into play. So we're moving towards a kind of concession model, and yeah, the this Dennis says will allow for greater accountability because the government can't just blame the train companies, as they will specify exactly what is to be delivered. Overall, the system is absurd and fragmented. So this is the last thing we're going to read. This absurd and fragmented. I just want to show you, right? And there is a lack of a clear strategy to modernize and enable a modal shift to a, let's say, so-called modal shift to a more environmentally transport system. The service is pretty bad. Hello, Curtis. I'm sorry to hear that you crashed. I crashed midstream the other day. Mid-Elden Ring. Luckily not during the boss. But what happened? Yeah, we've gone into the trains. I don't know how long you've been gone for. We've gone into the trains. We just read a long interview which was patchy in terms of how well it was transcribed, but was also very, very insightful, really, on the whole. So thank you for sticking with me, everybody, for that one. It was we almost gave up at one point, but we ended up sticking with it. And I think it was that dude did clearly know quite a lot. But the UK rail franchising system is awful. So before we stop, just to cement this idea that the patchwork of train companies in the UK is terrible, and UK privatisation is terrible in general, by York's Ranter. In the eternal inferno, friends torment Ronald Coase with the fate of his ideas. What have the US healthcare, British Railways, the shipwreck of Carillon plc, and the F-35 got in common? And why should you care? Well, none of them work terribly well, they all cost vastly more than expected, and nobody can put their finger on why. Cash seems to leak out of them by 1,000 cuts, without necessarily ending up with a well-defined villain. At the same time, productivity is stubbornly terrible, and improvement forever delayed. These diverse phenomena actually have a lot in common. I think of them as Coasean hells. Ronald Coase observed that an organisation could be considered as a collection of contracts, and asked why, in that case, did organisations even exist? His answer was that contractual relationships have transactions costs. When these transactions costs outweighed the expense of organisation would predominate. Also, there were limits to transaction. It might actually be impossible to specify what was wanted in a contract, or equivalently, it might cost too much to write it. As often happens, the first half of this insight was more successful than the second. Since the 1980s, there has been a global trend towards replacing organisations with networks of contracts. The idea that a firm could be considered as a network of contracts was taken up by the management consultant industry, and strengthened from a positive observation into a normative statement that firms should become more so. Inasmuch as anyone bothered with Coase's corollary, it was simply to say that there was some sort of core business in there. Presumably, it was thought to be the zone in which the transactions cost got high enough to demand organisation, and everything else must be contracted out. In many ways, we've lived through a giant experiment in proving Ronald Coase wrong, which has now failed. One very large and especially purist example of this was British railway privatisation. This did not just transfer a firm from the public into the private sector. Much more importantly, it transformed one large firm into a large number of smaller ones that interacted on a contractual basis. This system further interacted on a similar basis with the government. When a management problem arose, for example, a train was late, a claim would be raised by one actor on another. For example, the Department for Transport might invoke a contractual penalty because the trains were late. The train operating company would immediately claim against the infrastructure operator, which might counterclaim. Because the train leasing company might have guaranteed a certain on-time service level under a total outsourcing agreement with the operating company, it too would then try to claim against anyone else it could think of. This had consequences. First of all, the claims management process itself was costly. This is Coase's basic argument. Second, because the prices of services exchanged between the component firms were often determined after the event, through the claims process, they were no longer informative about the marginal costs involved, but rather about the contract management process. As a result, costs overall rose substantially, although nobody could put their finger on who was coining it. Thirdly, it simply became enormously complex. A contract, after all, is executed between parties. The number of pairwise interactions within an organisation rapidly becomes very large. In fact, it increases by the factorial size of the organisation. Hello, Ari. Yeah, this is very anno-capitalist hell, I think. The F-35 works very well. Maybe so. This was written, bear in mind, this was written in 2018, so I think there are problems with the F-35 at that point. These three phenomena will become very familiar. The first is just the administrative overhead of the contracting process. The second and third are actually much more important. It will always be very difficult to get more efficient if you don't know what your costs really are. This is a source of long-term dynamic inefficiency. A major motivation of tracking of taking track maintenance back in-house was just trying to get an idea of what it actually cost. And Coase's logic interacts in an interesting way with the economics of knowledge. If you believe that a lot of relevant knowledge in an organization or market is implicit and tacit, well, that's by definition the sort of thing you can't write into a contract. Either the firm has to exist in order to be the vessel of this knowledge, or else we don't care. Also, as we will see, in Coasean hell, it is usually impossible to finger any particular guilty party because its problems are system-level properties, driven by the interactions between firms in the system. Reductionism just leads to finger-pointing. Healthcare in the United States is an especially egregious example of this. Americans, notoriously, spend much more than any other nation, have worse results, and leave lots of people uncovered. People blame variously insurance companies, doctors, drug companies, intermediary organizations, public policy, and patients themselves for getting ill. But none of this has ever solved anything. Everyone who's tried to nail down exactly what costs so much money has ended up concluding that the whole system is weirdly expensive and wasteful. That is, of course, the point. Its awfulness is an aspect of the system, not any one component or group of components. For a worked example of this, let's turn to this Harvard Political Review piece about insulin. You'll observe that all three elements are in play. There is enormous complexity, there is enormous administrative overhead, and there is nothing as simple as a meaningful price. If the patient is enrolled in a high deductible plan, like 29% of workers with employer-sponsored insurance, they will pay full list price out of pocket until their deductible is met. After a set amount of time, the manufacturer will remit a rebate to the PBM worth around $200 at the time, dollars at the time of writing. PBMs keep about 10% of this for themselves and pass the rest to the insurer. From there, the story gets murky. Insurers, according to the PBM CVS Health, are trusted to use this rebate to lower overall member benefit cost, but no one enforces this theoretical insurer benevolence. What we do know is the patient often does not receive that rebate directly, even though they paid for the drug in full. The purpose of this system is what it does, as they say, but it's worth noting that Stafford Beer's aphorism refers to the system, not to any particular actor within it. Even trying to bear down on the pure administrative overhead is likely to run into the problem that, although hordes of claims managers, lawyers, and claims management software developers are a parasitic load on the whole system, they are vital for any given hospital, insurer, or whatever. Therefore, the system is likely to unite in homeostatic self-defense against change unless some drastic triggering event intervenes. Yeah, so yeah, but it's interesting there because I have looked at the stats on Network Rail, by the way, and nationalization, and Network Rail and accidents, and from what I remember here, I did this for my video on rail. When was it renationalized? 1992. There are actually quite a few accidents before, sorry, when it was privatized. So it was nationalized all through here. I think this was during the privatized period, these injuries and deaths. Sorry, this was during the nationalized period still. And then that was during the privatized period, that big spike. I remember there not being any kind of general trend in accidents between nationalized and privatized. Rushing your biology homework, oh god. That's a lot. You're dealing with some pretty serious biology and some pretty serious economics at the same time. Hatfield, but that's Hatfield, isn't it? This one. But this before here was under the nationalised system. And they privatised it here. And then they got this, and then they renationalized it. It wasn't clear to me from that data that accidents were worse under the privatized system. There were just a few very, very big events. Anyway, let's just finish this because it's not too long. Carillon. Does anyone remember Carillon when it collapsed? We saw such a thing at Carillon last week. Carillon PLC was a pure creature of bastard Cosyonism. In the 1990s, the British government fundamentally changed how it dealt with private suppliers in this direction. PFI is the icon of this, but the change was much wider and deeper. Essentially, anything a government department wanted had to be tested for contracting out. To a large extent, the contracting process itself was handed to contractors via the prime contractor business model. Carillon consisted essentially of a sales and contract management organisation that hunted public sector service contracts and then hired some subcontractors to carry them out. This is a fairly pure statement of the firm as a network of contracts. You'll note that the customer-provider relationship has itself been outsourced here. The contractor, not the customer, chooses the provider. So there's no consumer choice. Therefore, any relevant information had better be within the contractor because it's not anywhere else. Here is a fine example of this. Mate, what is wrong with that building? Oh, God. Anyway, it grew largely through a succession of mergers and acquisitions, buying up the facilities management divisions of British construction companies to get their government contracts. This had an important effect on the company. It became a conglomerate that had only one real specialisation, bidding on government contracts. It's not surprising that it didn't do a great job. This model, known as prime contractor, emerged in the 1980s in the context of the US defense budget. After the 1985 Goldwater-Nichols Act, the US Department of Defense was meant to do less development work of its own and rely more on the private sector. To this end, contracts for major defense equipment were no longer written on the basis of a manufacturer getting a contract to build aircraft or tanks or whatever is specified. Instead, a prime contractor would manage the process of developing them, even of specifying them, and contract with other corporations to do the job. As a result, you wouldn't necessarily go to Boeing to buy aeroplanes or to Colt to buy guns. Instead, you might buy armoured vehicles from British Aerospace or ships from Marconi. The consequence of prime contracting was that the manufacturers became conglomerates whose only specialisation was bidding on government contracts. They also became much bigger and more oligopolistic. So we finally get to the F-35, and you know what? It didn't really work in defence either. The tortuous and hellishly expensive development of the F-35, the first aircraft whose whole development fell in the prime contracting era, is a fine example of everything we've discussed above. The only difference is that it was too big to fail from the very beginning, so each setback resulted in more money. The next major project, the B-21, is being built mostly in a government-owned factory under a single manufacturer development contract. But this didn't stop the prime contracting model from invading the rest of the state in the 1990s. That's what we're going to discuss in the next thrilling installment. Right, so yeah. I think this basically sums up what we've been talking about, right? The system of UK privatisation... The system of UK privatisation is basically just based around a web of private contracts where they haven't... I mean, I'm not completely... Like, Japan has a... Okay, so Japan has a private rail system, right? But it's almost entirely private. It's regulated, but it's like centralized in the sense that private companies are responsible for the whole thing. What we have is this kind of horrible web of contracts where people just fucking pilfer off it at every stage. There's loads of bureaucracy. Everybody's like suing each other, and nobody's really responsible, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's extremely expensive. It's bad for consumers. It's often bad for overall strategic aims, whether that be having a better transport system or reducing climate change. And yeah, that's the long and short of it. That's essentially what privatization has done in the UK context, and in the USA, I'm sure there's some very similar things. Are you just talking about numbers were in decline? The trend was downwards. Per billion train kilometers, the number of fatalities has been consistently going down since the 1960s. Yeah. There was this spike though, right? Pre-privatization. Then privatized, then this other spike, Hatfield. That is a downward trend line though, yeah, you're right. And in injuries? Injuries kind of constant, deaths downward. Injuries not really, injuries about the same, but deaths definitely going down. I wonder if that's more like, does that indicate that there's the same number of crashes maybe? Perhaps, but just the trains are safer. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Yeah, maybe. But is this not, so my contention in the video, my Sean video, was that it has more to do with progress in like safety regulations than it does with the ownership of the trains. Than whether it's like nationalized or privatized in abstract. I think it's actually what's more important is the safety regulations, which have been progressing over time. I'm not saying Network Rail were a good company. Yeah, good point, Mute. Yeah, same with cars. It's like a similar thing is like with bombings, right? As well, to take it to a more extreme level, it's like, and Rodrigo Aguilera makes this in his book about, because he responds to Steven Pinker on violence, and he says, look, actually, there's a lot of bombing of cities. It's just that the buildings are designed in such a way, and there are protocols that get people out such that the deaths are lower. Hatfield was due to micro fractures in the rail bars, which were not maintained due to high cost. Yeah. Weren't most of these big crashes due to signalling failures, and that is caused by low investment, but long term. Yeah. Yeah. I believe that. Where's the next post anyway? Cozy and Hell? Coast Study Capita. This looks interesting. This might help us with our... This might help us a bit. But I can't read anymore. My throat really hurts. So, I think... next time I do one of these, I'm going to shift to housing, because we need to talk about housing. It's the biggest cost for most people. It deserves its own stream, probably 2 streams. I feel like we've covered, like, we've done a good job of covering, like, water and energy, especially utilities, essentially. Plus trains. We've done some good stuff on trains, too. But, like, there's housing, there's care and healthcare, which I want to touch on. There's also food. But, yeah, I think let's call it there for today, because I'm going to die. My throat's going to fall out. I might just watch this with you for a second. actually.
I would like to ask you if, for whatever reason, your husband couldn't work anymore and you were left to provide for your family, could you survive with your family on £1,200 a month?
What about if I may?
Sorry. What about £1,400 a month?
Could you survive on £1,400?
Well, look, we've been discussing pay, and I think just on pay and conditions, you know, that is something that I've said that I'm committed to working with Steve on and how we pursue that and take that forward.
Okay, so I have 23 years police service, and to put it into perspective, after I've paid my professional subscriptions and my pension...
I'm interested to know what you mean by that there. I hope I'm saying your name right. No, I'm not a Blair Third Wear. Can't believe you'd even say that.
I take home £2,300 a month. I work overtime twice a month to try to make ends meet. I'm a single parent, like yourself. I've got a young son at home. Because our wages are measured before our pension's taken out, I get no free seasonal dinners, I get no bus pass to school, I got no school uniform tokens. The only help that I get is my child family allowance. Apart from that, I'm on my own. Now, this month was a 5-weekend month, and so we didn't get paid until 12 o'clock on Sunday. On Saturday, I went to my mother's house where she gave me £40 so that on Sunday I could put petrol in the car and buy food for my son's school lunches because I had no money left at the end of the month. Now, I work in child protection and vulnerable adults with the most vulnerable members of our community, and I love my job. However, if the rate of interest goes up and I can't pay my mortgage and I can't pay the fuel, I'm not going to be able to continue to come to work. I went to see an accountant, and the advice was, leave the police, work for 22 hours a week and claim benefits, and you will be better off. How can that be right? How can that be right? I get paid a couple of £100 a month more than the workers in McDonald's flipping burgers, and I get paid less than my local manager at Lidl.
Okay,
and I work in the most terrible of circumstances. And my question to you, I tell this story not because I'm here for sympathy. I just want to be heard. I stand here to represent myself and many people in the force that are like me. We are desperately struggling to do the job that we love and to make ends meet at home. And we need you to be on our team and to help us, to represent us at these bodies, to get us a fair pay.
No, of course, and actually just say thank you, and thank you for sharing your story and your circumstances with me, with all of us. And actually, I think it really illustrates so strongly and powerfully, you know, why we need to actually find solutions to pay issues and actually give you the support that you rightly deserve. You know, 2 decades in policing, your professionalism, your dedication to public service, and actually you've just said something else as well, working with the type of people, young people, vulnerable people, the very people that we have a duty and a responsibility to protect. So this is why we have to come together. This is actually why I'm here today as well. This isn't, you know, a moment of just come and, you know, just listen a bit. We have to move this forward. You have that commitment from me. You absolutely do.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Okay, that was about as enlightening as you would expect. I just wanted to see what Priti Patel said. And I know, yeah, don't put down McDonald's workers or whatever. But it is interesting to see how all public sector workers are being squeezed, right? Grenfell Towers was a housing crisis. Well, not in the sense that we typically use the term housing crisis. I usually use that to refer to cost. But yeah, Grenfell. I mean, I read a good article about Grenfell the other day. I think I shared it on Twitter. But yeah, I'm talking more about the general rent crisis, right? I hate Priti Patel. I really hate her. She is awful. Right, everyone. I think we're done. We made some good progress today. Next time, housing. I've got shit coming up this week. Who knows? Jordan Peterson video should be released this week. Dear Lord. That's taken a while. But anyway, have a nice rest of your Sunday, everybody. And see you all soon.